Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in His and providential goodness have appointed us of leaders and parliaments for the also start and just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon here assembled, and grant that the mayor as in your presence, treat and consider matter that shall come under the deliberation is so just and fully mannered to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests are committed to your church.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. Last week, we considered a bulk of RAPEX bills, and we are only left with one bill, which we shall consider this afternoon. Overall, the House has so far considered 29 RAPEX bills, of which 22 were passed, 8 were rejected, and 7 were withdrawn by executive. I want to urge executive to carefully study the concerns of the House and address them. And notably, these concerns were: 1, the quality of drafting of these bills. I'm talking to executive. 1, the quality of drafting these bills. 2, the defective certificates of financial implication that fell short of the requirements of Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. And genuine concerns about the effect of rationalizing some entities on actual service delivery. I also want to urge the ministers to ensure that they do thorough analysis of the aforementioned concerns and not to trade blames. In the same vein, I urge the relevant sector ministers to always be present in the House. You cannot say the House has rejected, the House has been bribed, when you are not in the House. Legislation is done in the House, not in cabinet. When we legislate, much as we know that you are the ones who bring the bills, but legislation is done in the House. Stop blaming our members. If you're failing to do your work, you're failing. It is not the members who are failing. And I want to thank the ministers who have consistently been here. Daudi, you've been here. It's unfortunate that Henry traveled. Government whip was here. I got an apology from Honorable Aroboy, Honorable Chweru, Honorable Chweru Musa. Parliament is not a theater of legislation, and therefore legislative matters concern are best dressed in this house, not dressed somewhere. And we always regard government business as a priority. And that is pursuant to Rule 25(1) of the Rules of Procedure. At the end of the day, the executive and legislature play a complementary role in ensuring effective governance of this country. All the decisions of the legislature are done in utmost good faith, not with any bad intention. So when we hear members going to discuss and having idle talks in cabinet that members are being bribed, and I'm repeating, idle talks, because members are here. Why don't you come and argue in the house? We legislate for this country. And you're saying we've rejected reports, we are not doing anything. If we are not doing anything, close Parliament. Honorable members, various parts of East Africa are witnessing devastating floods during the ongoing heavy rains. For example, in Kenya, the rains have not only destroyed the vast property and infrastructure, but also claimed lives. We condone with our brothers and sisters in the region. In Uganda, some parts of eastern Uganda, like Elgon, Teso sub-region, are currently suffering the floods and disruption of livelihood. Considering our location in the considering our location of Lake Victoria, which receives comparatively higher average of annual rainfall, there is need for us to prepare for any disaster that is forthcoming. We need to get prepared for that disaster and ensure that our people don't suffer the same. And as I wish you a good deliberation this afternoon, I am repeating, why you have issues with the legislature, come and address it in the house. Don't address it from where we are not. And in the issues of RAPEX, we have said do proper analysis. That is good for this country. And when your bills are being handled, and not only yours, you should be in the house. I don't know whether some of you are just appointed to come only to see and go and badmouth. These people are human beings. These members of parliament, they are doing a lot of work. And you must thank them for doing all that work. These members here. When we continue having those corridor talks that parliament is useless, we are not, and we shall not be. We shall not be, We'll continue doing work for this country. If you feel hurt, the RAPEX bills are not, the bills that were rejected were done unfairly. Come back, bring them back. Bring back the bills, the House will still look at them. If it means considering them, it will do it. Honorable members, I think that is enough for people who have ears to hear. I have said that is enough for people who have ears to hear. Please first sit. First sit. Let it be blamed that the speaker said. I said, on disaster. On Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable, just first of all, thank you for your communication. And I am not speaking as a Minister for Disaster Management, but I'm speaking as a Minister for Roads. I just wanted to share with you and the House the concern that the sector is having, particularly given the dwindling resources that are meant for road maintenance. And it is going to, yes, allow me say this. It is going to rain like it is already doing. This House is going to every day when we're going for matters of national importance, it will be about roads that have been swept. And I will be coming here to apologize. We are doing budgeting. I really want us to insist, we cabinet and you, our colleagues, to make sure that money for road maintenance is there.
So, Honorable Minister, so do you now appreciate that we must complement each other? Are we irrelevant in the process?
That's why I'm very humble before the House.
Honorable members, the man is in your constituencies. Honorable members, next item.
Item 3, bills first reading, the Contract Farming Bill 2023.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you had magnanimously ruled that you are allowing time for people to present on floods. However, Right Honorable Speaker, mine was a personal flood whereby a honorable member for Kazo County badmouthed me exactly as you've been saying on the floor of this honorable house.
Is he in the house?
And apparently, Right Honorable Speaker, each time this matter arises, he makes clear he's not in the house.
Honorable Bua,
May
can we have the member of Honor of Kazo in the house? Then we'll discuss that issue when the member is here. So the government chief whip will have the member of Kazo. Yes, Love. Before Love, government chief whip. I mean.
Thank you.
Don't keep quiet.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I agree with you on the catastrophic disasters of floods that I've witnessed them even when I passed in your constituency of Okedia. I saw the floods have ravaged crops and even entered people's houses. But Madam Speaker, besides that, Bududa, which is synonymous with the other form of disaster landslides, is equally hardest hit. My constituency, for instance, of Manjia, that of my neighbor in Lutseshe, so far we have witnessed 7 in number, 7 landslides. We are lucky that these particular ones have not claimed lives, but they have destroyed crops and livestock. And Madam Speaker, I was listening keenly to the former Minister of Disaster Preparedness and Refugees. You know very well you responded to questions of how disasters claimed lives in the city of Mbale. But now that you are in that docket of works and transport, and you made a pledge, which you have not honored, of working on the infrastructural developments, which were the cause of the floods. Up to now, that has not been addressed. And we are afraid anytime if the heavy downpours that are pounding, again, these rivers pass their banks, those same culverts will be overwhelmed. And the repeat of what happened may be even worse. So I expected you to say something about it because you made a commitment here that you had made an undertaking to ensure that those culverts and the other technical terms you used, carbions, were going to be widened. Up to now, they have not been deepened and widened. I don't know what you are waiting for, Honorable Minister. Information. No, I've given the lady.
Thank you so much, my brother. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to rise to the disasters. The rains are heavily in Kenya, but also very heavy in Uganda now. I would request that we go massive on tree planting. Climate change is real and it's going from bad to worse. I just want to agree with you. Our homes first before we look at our neighbors, because every time you start from home before you move to the next level. We promise to support you in the move against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll give you Mama
As I
Mabera.
conclude, Madam Speaker, I will seek your indulgence to even lay on table the reports that have already been compiled by the Chief Administrative Officer of Bududa and Elgon, and that of Kedea, Madam Speaker. The ones I'm carrying, the ones of Elgon are not yet here, but I know my colleague.
You first read that
I'm
letter.
laying this one.
You read it.
It is a submission of disaster report and a request for relief by the chairperson of the District Disaster Management Committee of Kedea, who is the Chief Administrative Officer.
How many
I beg to lay.
How many homes are affected?
I read the verbatim, Madam Speaker. Following the disaster occurrences from the month of February to date, where heavy rains, hailstorms, and wind has affected approximately 1,150 households, destroying most of their houses, food crops, livelihood, and has even cut off some social services. A number of homes are still submerged in the sub-counties of Kamutur, Eminit, Kangole, and some parts of Kolir. Data collection is still ongoing to establish more details. Meanwhile, I write to your office to submit the attached report requesting for any appropriate intervention and relief aid. In fact, the request is similar to the one of Ududa.
Thank you.
And Elgon.
Honorable members, you've had the report and it was written, and up to now, no action has been taken. Where do you expect those people to go and stay? Who is the government? Honorable Bahat, you're standing in for
the government chief whip, who is not here, but is coming. I wanted to suggest that
but the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to suggest that we are going to take this matter with the Minister for Disaster Preparedness in the circumstance and will report on Thursday.
Can I have a team? And now I'm also talking, I am being mean. Much as I'm conflicted, I am a member of parliament of Bukedea. Can I have a team in Bukedea tomorrow? Lob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm glad that you have guided government that when they have issues with us as the legislature, bring them to the House. The same way when we have issues, we bring them here with the hope that action gets to be taken, like the matters that are being raised, disaster issues. Hopefully government gets to take action. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that you procedurally guide on a particular issue. On 26th of February, it was a Monday, I went with a team of members of parliament to the site of Lubowa Specialized Hospital to do our oversight role as members of parliament to establish what's going on there and give a report to parliament. I came and gave a report to parliament to the effect that we were denied access to the precincts of that place. The Minister of State for Finance, the Honorable Henry Musasizi here, among the updates he gave to this house was that we have so far injected over $156 million through promissory notes. That's over 600 billion shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the accountability committees we lead, Park Central, has been trying to access these premises to do our work as parliament, and they have still been denied access. Right Honorable Speaker, I ask that you guide procedurally whether this government is not duty bound to account to this country, because we cannot inject to access as members of parliament to play our oversight role, and yet you keep coming back to parliament asking for more money. For what exactly? Why can't you account? Why can't government account over this project? What's so unique about it? We are going to discuss a supplementary schedule where you're asking us for money for different projects. How, as parliament, are we supposed to give a green light for money to be injected in projects if you cannot account? Right Honorable Speaker, I request that you guide on this matter. Government should be able to account. This is a lot of money that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I requested the Deputy Speaker to go to Lubowa. He went. Don't say he didn't go. You are not his bodyguard. He went and he has a report to that effect. Two, the contractor of Lubowa was changed. And the contractor, we want to give him time. I have been in a discussion with the chairperson of the committee. We want to give him some little time, and then the committee. I can even go together with the committee. I mean, they must account for the money. They must account for the money. Just be rest assured, Lubowa, we are handling it. And we're in touch with the committee, and the the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker has a report to that effect. The next sitting, which will be the next one, will be sitting, and will give you information to that effect. But also, we can hear from government about Lubowa. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that update. Right Honorable Speaker, we would like to defend you as our leader, as the leader of the legislature. Because
meanwhile, the other time we were talking about Nambole, there is a testing game tomorrow. Let's go and watch the testing game to see where our money went.
They'll give us an update. What I was saying, Right Honorable Speaker, is that as head of this institution, we would like to defend you. We want government to account for this money. They should not let you, the Speaker, carry their burden, because we give this money to you, government. The Speaker should not be accounting for you as government. Please do account for the 600 billion shillings. Carry your cross.
So, honorable members, Me and the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are members of Parliament. When we give you the information, then you interrogate them based on the report that we are going to give. I told you we had to go to Mnambole. Yes,
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much. The reporting in Parliament is guided by our rules. Where it reports what happens. We don't have a rule on what happens when is the presiding officer reporting. I wanted to
Honorable members, kindly listen to.
Speaker, I wanted to be guided because they report some questions. When the deputy speaker
They
reports
attract what? Questions and
them
reactions.
yeah. So when the deputy speaker reporting, what do we do with that report? Because first of all, the rules don't allow presiding officers to debate.
Honorable members, we asked the deputy speaker to go and find out status. And you will bring it in his communication. And you will react to that effect. And just like you react even when you say anything, you react to it. But that does not mean that we are going to permanently stop people from going there. We have to go there. We have to go there. And there must be value for money. So what we are saying, let's leave these people who have just taken over the site, settle. Then we have a report to that effect, and all the accountability committees that are responsible should be able to go and see what is happening. Naboth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek for your indulgence that the rules of procedure we have when we are sworn in, they provide the work that is supposed to be done by the committees. And in this house, Madam Speaker, we have 2 officers. Now, in a circumstance that the speaker is the one to visit the hospital. Now,
quote for me the rule of procedure that denies me to go and see and report what is happening. I have been reporting on the rains. I have been reporting on the rains. Did the procedures refuse me to do that? Huh?
So, Madam Speaker, what is disturbing is that if we set a precedence that the speaker will be the one to be allowed to follow this project, now we shall in the future be overwhelmed that members of the committees will always be back from doing their work, and they wait for the speakers to come. So what the guidance I'm seeking, whether this one will not be referred to in the future to stop other committees from doing the work.
There is an order.
The one that has.
There is an order.
I don't need the order, Madam.
No.
Before I exhaust, let my point.
Naboth.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Naboth. Honorable Musenero is not here. Yes, there's an order from council.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, what we were doing was really to help the house.
I want
the leader of opposition went there. and he was denied. He was denied, and we wanted to find out why was he denied. And that's why what we are handling. And you should know that we are working for the same thing. Sit. Sit. Next item. Next item. Next item.
Item 3, bills first reading, the Contract Farming Bill 2023.
Honorable members, Article 94(4)(c) of the Constitution grants members a right to move a private member's bill. It is right. It is their right, and nobody would really stop them from doing that. I now therefore ask Honorable Abel Buanika to come and exercise his constitutional obligation.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to appreciate you as a presiding officer for allowing me to exercise my right.
Sechi.
Right Honorable Speaker, also allow me to appreciate our legal department that helped me and to put this bill together, and in particular, Council Tamale and the team. I want to appreciate my seconders that I've worked with, Honorable Stella Isodo and Honorable Pamela Nasio.
Please read your bill.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in accordance to Rule 128 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I move that the bill entitled the Contract Farming Bill 2023 be read for the first time. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the bill.
The Contract Farming Bill 2023.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 128 of Rules of Procedure, 129(1) of Rules of Procedure, the bill refers and sent to Committee of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries as prescribed by the second assault. It is for the first reading. And it stands the 45 days stand as per Rule 129(2).
Item 4, statement by Minister on the commemoration of the International Labor Day 2024.
Yes, Mukatulik.
I'm sorry to take you back, but I'm procedure matter. Madam Speaker, you see, this parliament, most of its business is conducted under the leadership of or leader of government business with the Prime Minister. And the number of issues you have raised rotate around her. The Prime Minister has over 13 ministers in her docket. And I heard recently, Madam Speaker, when there was a reshuffle, many of our ministers were jubilating how they survived, not being returned as ministers. So the procedure matter I'm raising, the time we have been here, members who have been here for some time, when the Prime Minister has not to appear at the beginning of the session, he works with the Speaker so that those strong items are handled at the time he arrives. But here we are with the Prime Minister, whom we debated over to make a Prime Minister. She's very rare in the House. The Vice President, I will not talk about how that one is a known problem. But the procedure matter I would like to raise, Madam Speaker, whether to be to know why the Prime Minister, who is facilitated, who is the leader of government business in Parliament, ends up giving us challenges on our Speaker because of failing to do our work.
that we know why she does not enter appearance into this house. This is a very serious matter. The Prime Minister must be here. Today, I was asking one minister on the front row, he said, no, I'm not the Prime Minister. And there's nobody delegated. We used to have General Moses Ali, we know his challenges now. He used to appear here and the parliament will move. Because when I'm on this side, I want to encounter your side with an informed position from the position of government. But here we are in parliament, we are raising issues of Ruvoa, disaster, the Prime Minister is nowhere to be seen. So, Madam Speaker, would it be procedure okay that we know what happened to the Prime Minister without the facilitation? Under her ministry, her office, there are over 13 ministers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, government.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember very well the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja Robina, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda and leader of government business in the Parliament, wrote to Right Honorable Nakadama Lukia Isanga and copied to you and the Deputy Speaker, and also copied it to me as the Minister in charge of General Duties Office of the Prime Minister. The message was, in her absence in the House, and in the absence of the Right Honorable Moses Sali, the Deputy Leader of Government Business in Parliament, she would only be represented by Right Honorable Nakadama Lukia Isanga. So as an obedient servant and a senior person, the letter still stands. I've never received a copy if she withdrew it. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I would really request that in case she wrote and I've not been able to access that letter, withdrawing that letter, I beg to be guided by you. But in my mind, that letter still stands, and I have to go by that. Thank you.
Honorable members, as you've heard that the letter was written to Honorable Nakadama and copied it to me, no other letter rescinding that decision has been copied to me again. So in the circumstance, the other letter still stands.
Madam Speaker, so who is the leader of government business today? Secondly, where is Honorable Nakadama? But is this letter perennial that will not change? Because we cannot move. Who is responding?
Can we hear
of government?
Can we hear from Honorable Boa, the government chief whip?
Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, in exercising his mandate under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, appointed fellow citizens, the honorable members of this House, and those who are not but qualified to be in this House, to serve in different portfolios. I stand here with the appointment of the government chief whip. So in me, I am 3 in 1. I am government, I am a chief, I am a whip, and that is my title. So, Right Honorable Speaker, in the hierarchy of government, in the absence of the top authority, the most senior takes precedent. And in this House, you can see the front bench full of ministers. and the government chief whip is here representing the entire government.
Thank you. Thank you so much, government and government chief whip. Honorable members, we shall not move if you're going to continue on procedure. Next item.
Item 4, statement by Minister on commemoration of the International Labour Day 2024.
Honorable members, as you may be aware, the International Labour Day is tomorrow, Wednesday, 1st May 2024. It is a day for recognizing the role of the laborer in the societal transformation. Pursuant to Rule 52(1) of the Rules of Procedure, we will invite the Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development in charge of labor to give us a statement. It is also unfortunate that last year, a day after Labor Day, we lost our Minister of Labor. Can I ask the House to stand and pay tribute to the late?
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
And as we have a new Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development in charge of labor, it is our prayer and our wish that God protects you and keeps you, because we still need you. Please, Minister. Yes, Mwalimu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise on a point of procedure. Last year, Madam Speaker, after the unfortunate incident that took our colleague, the minister for whom this House has just risen to pay tribute to, we are told that a report in relation to the circumstances around his murder would be given to this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, since then, we have not been availed with that report. Wouldn't it be procedural, okay, Madam Speaker, if government would brief this House about that matter, specifically in relation to the report about the murder of our colleague? Madam Speaker, I beg, request for your guidance as a point of procedure.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, if it pleases this House, through your chair, the line minister, in case the investigations are complete, may, with the permission of Cabinet, brief the House on the findings, because I know upon the demise of the Honorable Colonel Charles Okele Ngola Macheduogo, a team was put in place to investigate the circumstances and report. I believe if that report is ready, can be shared with this Parliament with the permission from Cabinet and the collective responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. You can't have time frame on investigations. Minister, Honorable Esther.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the thought of giving our colleague a moment of silence. It gives us all a deep thought about the tremendous jobs that he did in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, Uganda will celebrate International Labour Day on Wednesday, the 1st of May, 2024, to appreciate workers' contribution on national development and raise awareness about workers' rights and responsibilities. International Labour Day is a globally recognized public holiday, which originated from the 19th century Labor Day unions movements in the United States. May the 1st was designated as a day to commemorate those who died in the struggle to improve working conditions. In Uganda, May the 1st will be marked by ceremonies at national, cities, and district levels. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme of this year, National Labor Day, is improving access to labor justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Access to labor justice is a fundamental right, essential for maintaining a fair, equitable labor markets, protecting workers from exploitation and unfair treatment, and promoting compliance with labor laws. The theme highlights the importance of ensuring that workers have access to fair and effective mechanism for resolving disputes and grievances in their workplace, which in turn contributes to increased productivity and economic growth. Colleagues, the government of Uganda has established a comprehensive legal and a policy framework to enhance access to labor justice. Key legislations, including the National Employment Act 2006, Occupational Safety and Health Act 2006, Workers' Compensation Act Cap 225, and then the Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Amendment Act 2021. The National Social Security Fund Act Cap 222 Amendment. The Labor Unions Act 2006, this provides a framework for disputes and resolutions prevention. The institutional framework comprised of labor officers spread into all the districts, cities, municipalities, serving quasi courts of first instance of labor markets. In addition, the industrial court is functional as the referral court for labor dispute. Right Honorable Speaker, workers in Uganda face challenges in accessing labor justice despite existing frameworks in accessing issues such as unfair dismissal, unpaid wages, and unsafe working conditions are widespread, particularly among vulnerable groups such as women, youth, informal sector workers. Many employees do not contribute to social protection, leaving workers financially insecure at the old age. The National Labor Survey 2021 indicates that the many workers are exposed to hazardous working conditions, including exposure to dust, fumes, and violence, with many lacking protective gears. While 898,000 workers have suffered accidents, stroke injuries in the 12 months preceding the survey. Data from the Insurance Regulatory Authority's annual insurance marked that report in 2022 reveals that 30,555 lives were insured under 2,347 workers' compensated policy in 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development plays a crucial role in ensuring access to labor justice by formulating policies, ensuring regulation, overseeing dispute resolutions mechanism, providing capacity buildings and awareness program, and collaborating with stakeholders in promote fair labor practices. However, the ministry faces constraints such as lack of a web-based system, a national database for labor statistics, integrated case management system for labor complaints, and the dispute settlements, as well as staffing shortages, insufficient tools, logistics, and court facilities. As we commemorate International Labor Day, it's important to recognize and address the barriers that hinder workers from seeking redress for work disputes. The ministry is committed to enhance access to labor justice and seek the support of Parliament in addressing the constraints. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the ministry, in collaboration with social partners, have planned several Labor Day activities, including the second annual Labor Convention and Expo 2024, focusing on enhancing access to labor justice. Field visits to workplaces, tree planting exhibitions for innovation enterprises, public awareness campaigns through various media channels to educate workers about accessing mechanism for labor justice. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I'm pleased to announce that the National Labor Day celebration will be held at Mukabura Ground, St. Leo's College in Fort Portal City. We are honored to have His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, presided over the function, and we extend our warm invitation to all members of Parliament here today to attend. The event will be broadcast also on live on major TV stations, allowing all Ugandans to join the celebration of our country, Labor Day, Labor Force. I thank you all for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Esther Shadow.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. As we commemorate the International Labor Day this year, and I'm grateful that the theme is looking at the labor rights for all workers. Honorable Speaker, we are having so many challenges, the workers, especially those in the informal sector. And the biggest challenge that we are facing is the enforceability of the labor laws. We have made the laws, we are calling for policy for the labor rights. However, Right Honorable Speaker, especially in the sector of foreign investment.
Do you have the regulations for those laws?
No, we do not. We have the laws. We are looking for a policy and regulations that cover these laws. And this is causing challenges in the enforceability of these laws. The workers in these industries, Right Honorable Speaker, especially the foreign investment industries, they are facing so many challenges. And we have come up once and again to call for the government to ensure they enforce the labor rights in these industries. Workers' arms are being cut off, workers are being killed, and there is no response whatsoever. They are not being paid. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as we celebrate this day, emphasis should be put on enforcing the rights of these workers. Right Honorable Speaker, we passed the employment bill. The employment bill was returned. However, the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development is facing a challenge that we do not have this bill before us. So we cannot go forward on this bill. The OSH bill is still under process, and it's one of the issues that are going to really cater so much for the labor rights that we are celebrating tomorrow. Right, Honorable Speaker, lastly, as we celebrate this day, we should really look so much at the laborers, because the workers are not going to be able to go to the celebration grounds, but they have rights that need to be enforced. They have issues that need to be worked on. And access to labor justice is very crucial, Right Honorable Speaker. We have industrial courts. However, so many of our workers do not know that these industrial courts exist. They do not know that they can run to these courts to access justice when they get issues. Mechanisms of reporting cases. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to come up with an online system, because workers cannot keep running to Kampala, running to the courts. But if there is an online system that can ensure that these workers can report their cases, and these cases can be fast-tracked by any person, it will be really good to ensure enforceability of these rights. Information from my fellow minister. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
In addition, thank you so much for giving way, Shadow Minister for Labor. In addition to what she has already said, also can this country be updated on the matter of minimum wage? Because we shall not talk about justice when we've not yet at any one time put the minimum wage for all those workers down there who are really suffering and they cannot yield anything out of their sweat. Thank you for giving way.
As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving way. As she has mentioned, the most important thing to curb the exploitation of workers, Right Honorable Speaker, we have workers, people who do the same kinds of jobs, but they are receiving meager salaries and their fellow colleagues are receiving more. We are pushing for the minimum wage bill. It's about time that government ensures that this minimum wage bill is brought on table, we discuss it, and we deal with this issue of inefficiency in wage payment once and for all. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish you a blessed Labor Day.
Thank you, workers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I want to thank the Minister for coming up with a statement and indeed the theme of this International Labor Day. Right Honorable Speaker, workers are very critical in the development of any economy. And one scholar, Adam Smith, in his book, The Wealth of Nations, remarked that workers are the value of stores, are the source of values. Meaning that without actually handling workers' issues, the economy cannot grow in the right direction. Right Honorable Speaker, what is important about this is that we need to focus and look at the implementation of the laws in our shelves. One such law is the Public Service Negotiating, Consultative, and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act of 2008. This act in itself is one of the core issues. Under Section 3, it says every institution of government, ministries, department shall have what we call a consultative committee, which is a court of first instance. Right Honorable Speaker, there are gaps in implementing this law, which has caused grievances in a number of workplaces. And in the instance, you find that most of these fights have resulted into compromising on service delivery because of most of the money is going to compensation of court cases. I pray that as a matter of urgency, Right Honorable Speaker, you'll be pleased to allow me move a motion without notice that we need to profile all these other laws and ensure that at least the implementation done at an appropriate time I could do that. So, Right Honorable
You
Speaker,
profile all the laws that you made.
Right Honorable Speaker, the number of laws. Actually, there is a saying that the laws are made in Uganda and implemented elsewhere. That actually defeats logic, Right Honorable Speaker, and the purpose. Like that law I've just mentioned, Right Honorable Speaker, if that law was implemented in this country, we would actually have increased productivity, industrial harmony, and all would be well in our economy. I beg to thank the Minister and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I really invite members to move to Fort Portal and celebrate together. And I urge that tree planting, as you emphasized, Right Honorable Speaker, be emphasized this Labor Day celebration so that we plant more trees to avert the drastic effects
Thank
of
you,
climate change.
Charles.
Thank you.
Charles.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want equal to
If
thank
you don't
the
allow
Minister
these workers to speak,
for that
they
information
may not be
paper which
voted in
she has just
again.
given. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start by collecting this. We normally say celebrations of the Labor Day. In the real sense, they are not celebration. We commemorate the death of those who struggled for the workers. Otherwise, if we are to celebrate, we have to put a list of achievements of what we have achieved. But nevertheless, we do both at the same time. Right Honorable Speaker, it's good that you had just talked about Ruboa. I'm not bringing the Ruboa case here now, but I want to use it as an example. And the theme is access to labor justice. if the whole leaders, leader of opposition, members of parliament to be denied to enter, how do you expect the workers' leaders to enter industries? And I think this is why we need to concentrate. So when we are there, we shouldn't simply speak, but we should put action in what we want to implement. Right, Honorable Speaker, you heard about the shadow minister talking about the industrial code. Of recent, we had a workshop. We are complaining that we should, say time will come with the industrial court of appeal, because all cases in the industrial court, 3/4 are won by the workers. But after that, they appeal to other colonial courts, and there the workers will never achieve anything. I think if we're to save the workers of this country, we need another mechanism in order to achieve that. My colleagues talked about the minimum wage, but I think this side is about protection of the investors, not the workers. Because minimum wage, wherever we have gone, it's a requirement. It has nothing to do in deterring the investors from coming. It's just a benchmark, a lowest point that don't exploit where you have gone. That's what the meaning of the minimum wage. But it's now history. We have repeated that. Some of us, we are no longer seeing it because it seems it's impossible to implement. And my prayer, and my colleagues now, that you are being invited to come on this Labor Day, wherever you'll be, either in the Fort Portal or in your districts, let us all come and work together and protect the laborers of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the minister and the shadow minister for the two statements they have made. However, we have a number of regulations already made under the labor laws. Not all labor laws have the regulations, but a number of them have. Right Honorable Speaker, even last week you talked about the issue of regulations. We have already made a precedent in this house. When we're passing the NSSF amendment bill, we asked the government that they should come up with regulations within 60 days. They came up with regulations. But one of the regulations was not as was recorded before Parliament. And that particular item has not yet come back. I'm just trying to wonder whether we can use this precedent that whatever law we pass here, we give a time limit as to when government shall come up with the regulations. Because the issue of leaving a leeway to government to come up with regulations, that's why some laws have no regulations for 20 years. I suppose that we should either give 90 days for every law to come up with regulations. You can imagine now that we have gone through this RAPEX, very many laws have been amended, but we have left a leeway. If we don't give it a blanket that within 90 days regulation shall come, even these RAPEX laws we have passed are going to have problems.
Thank you.
Mine was general, and thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is Eddie here? Attorney General. What we need, government, we need regulations to all the laws that we are passing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement, but to seek her clarification, especially when she gives a theme like this one on increasing access to labor justice. The fundamental question would be, is the government preaching what about drinking wine? Especially if you were to prosecute the recent selective salary enhancement of teachers. Wouldn't you see the injustice that has been occasioned on teachers of art subjects after directives were lopsided to increase discriminatively salaries for science teachers. And this, Madam Speaker, has had a very disastrous impact on education, quality education. It is no longer being dispensed to our children because it is a demotivator on this part of the labor force, the arts teachers. So for one, to claim that there is an increasing access to labor justice when there is discrimination on part of a section of some of the laborers would be a vice that has been information I'll give you that I've had in this century. Madam Speaker, the minimum living wage is a serious issue. I know the president declined to assent to it in the 10th parliament, but this parliament has powers that are enshrined in the constitution. I'm of the considered view, Madam Speaker, that would revive this law and have it passed because almost in East Africa or Africa, a country that has the cheapest labor that is exploited is Uganda, Madam Speaker. And that's why you see these investors that are in Uganda, whatever the case. Information.
Attorney General.
Thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. An issue arose as to whether we have regulations. They are sending me an index. I will present it here.
Okay.
Just in a few minutes.
Okay. We need regulations for all the laws that are passed in this house, and the sectoral committees must also make scrutiny of all the regulations that are made, whether they're in accordance with the bills that have been passed in this house. We need that. Next.
Item 5, presentation of petitions. 5.1, petition on concerns of project affected persons of the East African crude oil pipeline in Chotera district.
Honorable members, petitions are a vital avenue for citizens to engage with the legislature and to enable citizens to seek for specific remedies from Parliament on a wide range of issues as stipulated under Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure. I will require the member to present the petition and go straight to the prayers contained in the petition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move under Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament and present the humble petition of the East African crude oil pipeline eco project affected persons in Chotera district. As guided, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to go straight to the prayers in the petition, where the humble petitioners pray that the Parliament, through the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, conducts an inquiry into the allegations raised by the petitioners of unfair, to ensure the protection, fair and timely compensation for the project affected persons, which occurred during the process of compensation, and this was contrary to Article 26 of the Constitution that calls for adequate and prior compensation. Here to your humble petitioners have appended their signatures. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Pursuant to Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure, and considering the urgency of the matter, the petition is duly referred to the Committee of Natural Resources and equally to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development for expeditious consideration and report back to the House and report back to the petitioner. So we are going to handle it two-way. We'll have a report to the minister and then also to the committee. Next.
Item 5.2, petition of residents of Polo, Buani Village, Nantabulirirwa Parish, Goma Division, Mukono Municipality, Mukono District, who were affected by the ongoing refurbishment of the railway line.
Honorable Bachireke Nambose.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I present a petition from the residents of Kolobuwanyi Village in Nantabulirwa Parish, Goma Division, Mukono Municipality in Mukono District, and your humble petitioners, Right Honorable Speaker, do pray that Parliament intervenes in matters and investigates the conduct of Uganda Railway Corporation for failure to compensate the petitioners. That too, Parliament urges government to pay compensation to the residents affected by the refurbishment of the old meter gauge railway line between Kampala and Namamve as promised by Uganda Railway Corporation. That three, that Uganda Railway Corporation confines its activity within the agreed 10 meters of either side of the railway line as agreed upon between itself and the residents affected by these works between Kampala and Namamve. And your humble petitioners are duty bound and will ever pray, and here too have appended their signatures totaling to 317 people. I do therefore pray that you allow me, Madam Speaker, lay their petition on table.
Thank you. Pursuant to 36 of Rules of Procedure and considering still the urgency of the matter, the petition is duly referred to the Minister of Works and Transport for expeditious consideration and report back in 2 weeks, and also referred to the Committee of Infrastructure and report back in 45 days. But what they are raising is something very urgent and it must be handled. So you need to visit the locus for you to appreciate what is happening.
Item 5.
Right, Honorable, I thank my colleague. I was consulting somewhere, then I saw her come on the floor. The report is ready, and we have been doing some work together with the leadership. We have not just been sitting, we have some information that I will be very happy to fill the house in with what we have done and what needs to be done.
Had you got the petition before?
The moment I read from our agenda that this was coming, I consulted, because we have been working on the purpose of URC. We have been working. It is work that we have been undertaking. We are not where I know that she has raised it, so we are going to handle it.
What you need to do, Honorable Minister, take the petition, do exhaustive analysis, look at all what is being raised, and then you report back. You can even report back in 1 day. We don't mind, but so long as it is from the petition. Next.
Item 5.3, petition of residents of Njeru Municipality and Jinja City against the threat of land grabbing and eviction.
Honorable Batua.
Item 6, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to euros 110,543,947.52 from Standard Chartered Bank to finance the Kitgum-Kidepo Road upgrading project.
Honorable members, as you may recall, on the 18th April 2024, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development table the proposal for borrowing to finance the upgrade of Kitgum Kidepo Road, that is 115.8 kilometers road, which is a very valid connectivity between Acholi and Karamoja sub-region. And after that connectivity, you'll find Honorable Felix Okot will say there is equity. And it also connects to South Sudan. The same road connects to South Sudan. In addition, it's a vital catalyst for realization of a huge tourism potential, that is Maction Falls and Kidepo Tourism Sanctuary. That is that road. As a requirement of Article 1592 of the Constitution of Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Rule 155 of Rules of Procedure, I now invite the Minister of Planning and Economic Development to move a motion to which we will receive a report. And if the report is not ready, we'll have a report of we'll debate on the report of the whole House. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move a motion to authorize government to borrow up to euros 110 billion 543 million 947.25 approximately United States dollars 117.26 million from the Standard Chartered Bank to finance the Kitgum Kidepo Road upgrade project. And Madam Speaker, this motion is moved pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 36 and 39 of the Public Finance Act, and Rule 155 of our parliamentary rules of procedure. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. 6 seconded. Seconded by Honorable Minister of Lands, Karamoja, Sironko, Honorable Bua PPS and the Honorable Mona, Honorable Silwanyi, by the whole House. People want the roads to be worked on. People want connectivity between Karamoja, Elango, Acholi. People want, Honorable Nambeshe, people want connectivity of these roads. People want tourism roads to be worked on. And there is always an aspect, how come only one region is tarmacked? Now we are exercising equity, and equity is coming here. And this house is a very important house. Much as we may not have a, Honorable Kema, Mr. Kema. Honorable Minister, Government Chief Whip. You want to justify? Please do.
Madam, the project has the following benefits. Number one, the road project will greatly stimulate and support local economic activities by improving connectivity in socio-economic facilities, reducing road maintenance costs, vehicle operating costs, and travel time in the Karamoja sub-region. Number two, the road will provide a reliable connection to Kidepo Valley National Park, Uganda's third-best tourism destination, and promote regional development in the Karamoja sub-region. Number three, the road will also improve access to rural economically productive areas and thereby contribute socio-economic development, poverty reduction, regional and national integration, and stimulate and support local economic activities by reducing transport costs and travel time along the existing gravel road. Number four, the road upgrading intervention will offer a safe, secure, and environmentally sustainable, reliable, and dependable transport system on the road that meets the needs and aspirations of the national road sector. Madam Speaker, the updated economic analysis, which we carried out in January 2022, showed that the road is economically feasible for upgrading to paved standard. The analysis yielded an economic internal rate of return of 17.1% and economic net present value of $30.604 million US. Madam Speaker, I wish to also present to the House the project cost and the financing arrangements. The total project cost is approximately Uganda shillings 379.1 billion, exclusive of VAT, of which 95% will be funded by the Standard Chartered Bank and 5% will be funded by government of Uganda. The cost of the road per kilometer is Uganda shillings 3.2 billion, and the government contribution will be utilized for the payment of taxes, project implementation, and acquiring the right of way for the project. The following are the detailed terms. Project cost, I had mentioned, we are borrowing in euro, 95% of the project costs, which is 96 million euros, and we have the insurance cost of 14.5 million euros. The maturity period is 13 years, including 3 years of grace period. The period for the loan I have mentioned is 3 years, and the interest rate is 6 months Euribor plus 1.1% margin per annum, and the management fees is 1.45% calculated on loan amount paid upfront, and the commitment fee is 0.3% on withdrawn loan amount, and the facility agency fees is euros 20,000 per annum. Madam Speaker, with this satisfactory information, I would like to appeal.
Can you people wait and the minister finishes?
Madam Speaker, I have provided sufficient and the necessary information
Honorable Nathan,
will
today,
require
very smart in
pass
his
this loan, and I would like to invite colleagues to debate with the view of supporting my position that this loan be considered by
Thank you, thank you. Government Chief Whip. Government Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I have something to raise quickly. This matter was referred to a committee by yourself to interrogate. You see, we want roads to be fixed, want service delivery to happen in various ways. We must be able to interrogate the question of borrowing. Our debt burden is about 100 trillion shillings and continues to grow. The reason these matters are sent to committees is for the committee to interrogate a couple of things. The agreement, because many times people in government enter into problematic agreements. We've seen that in committees. That's the place of the committee to interrogate and then advise this House. Is this the best option to take? Is this the best place to borrow this money from? Or whatever the case might be. But we are learning the committee did not be able to do this work. Maybe through you, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee needs to help us understand what happened. Because you referred this matter to the committee, I've interacted with some members of the committee who say they have been waiting for the chairperson to invite them for a committee meeting, and that has not happened. So we don't know if the committee leadership has abdicated its responsibility on this matter, Right Honorable.
Honorable Lob, we are the leaders of these committees plus Government Chief Whip, and this House will not be delayed from working because we don't have very active committee members like Nathan. We don't have those whatever, but let Honorable Bua come up. Just a minute.
Madam Speaker, I want procedure. Madam Speaker, I want you to go for training school. Relax. Procedure is.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Governor Ndalama Fab is one of the senior legislators in this country.
One of the best chairpersons.
And one of the best chairpersons, and one of the people that we look to and admire. Our rules are clear that a speaker is listened to in silence. Right Honorable Speaker, when Honorable Nandala was asking for procedure, you said, wait a minute. But before waiting for a minute, he was already on the microphone. Is Honorable Nandala Mafabi in order to grab a microphone instead of listening to the speaker first before he picks, so that we emulate what he does, or he wants us to emulate that you can grab the microphone.
No, I had given a Government Chief Whip to give us a position on what could have happened and what is his plan. By the way, where we are, this is a committee of a whole house. This is the committee of a whole house. The other committees work for and on behalf of this House. Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, in lieu of the issue raised by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and the justification given by the Minister of Finance, I rise under Rule 16 of the Rules of Procedure of this House to move that Rule 155, Sub-Rule 3 and Sub-Rule 4 be suspended for consideration of item 6 on the order paper for today.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Okwiri, by Okwalinga, by all the ministers, by Honorable Elwelu, by Honorable Alanyo. Yes, would you speak to your suspension? By yes, Hajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have ably heard from the Leader of Opposition that the matter was sent to a committee. And you have also agreed that you and him and the leader of government business lead these committees. And we have not had
We
from the
don't lead,
chairperson.
we supervise.
You supervise the committees.
Yes.
And we have not heard from the chairperson of the committee to tell us why they've not been able to process this work. Isn't it procedure right, all right, Honorable Speaker, that we hear from the chair of the committee or the deputy chair or a member of the committee to explain to us why they've not been able to process the work that was sent to their committee and give us a report in time? I beg your guidance.
Honorable, in the absence of the report, that's why you find that the person responsible, the people responsible, the chair and vice chair, you're just like me. Chair and vice chair.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Let's hear from Government Chief Whip. Those are his chairs.
But he's not a member of the committee.
Those are his chairs. Let him finish justifying why he's suspending the rule. Nathan.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The rules of procedure of Parliament are here to guide us, and committees of Parliament process each and every business on behalf of this House. Where the committee, through the leadership, is unable, like I received information that both the chair and the vice chair of this committee are not available, and they have not delegated any member of the committee as required under the rules of procedure. I felt it befitting that since committees of Parliament play delegated roles on behalf of this House, I felt it befitting that we move under Rule 16 to suspend the rule that requires committees to report, such that the House can consider this matter owing to the fact that this is a non-road, it is a tourism road, and we are going to prioritize the roads, starting with tourism roads. And this is a multi-year project where Parliament will still have the oversight role to go and see, to go and monitor, to go and evaluate the progress made. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to note that this House considers my proposal to have the said rule suspended such that the House can take a decision on behalf of the committee that plays a delegated role. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I want you to listen. This road has been in the process for over 2 years. Over 2 years. Honorable Echero has been responding on this road. 6 years. Honorable Echero, no, let's get information.
Right, Honorable. I came to the ministry 3 years ago and found the question of Kitgum Karenga Road had been persistent, and this House decided to put it in the tourism roads, and we are processing this as one of the tourism roads. I want to tell this House that we are coming back for more tourism roads, but this is just the beginning.
Honorable members, just a minute. Honorable members. First sit. Ginger Express, Honorable Echero, if you are not going to bring Ginger Express Highway, we'll do what you want us to do, like this. Honorable members, I have said, this is not something that is crucial. Honorable, Bring the honorable members.
Enough is enough.
Now, when you continue talking, we shall first keep quiet and do the listening. You bring, let's first wait. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are getting scant information about the committee.
Honorable, you
Committees-
first wait. I know you're my voter. You first wait.
And the chair of the committees from my district.
Yes.
So I'm interested.
Honorable members, it is a tourism road connecting for the first time. Northern Uganda is getting connected. And you are the same people who have been complaining that there are no roads on that side. I now put a question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament to borrow, of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to it is suspended. 110,543,947.52 from Standard Chartered Bank to finance Kitugum Kidepo Road upgrading project to be approved by this house. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Item 7. Item 7. Motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary schedule number 2 for the financial year 2023-2024 pursuant to Article 1562 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act
Honorable
2015,
members, can we first listen?
and Rule 153 of the Rules of
You're
Procedure.
not listening. That's why I'm not giving you to speak. If you were listening, I would give you to speak. First, first wait. Honorable members, you recall on 18th April 2024, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development tabled a supplementary expenditure schedule number 2 for financial year 2023-2024. It was referred to the Budget Committee for consideration. The committee is ready to report. As required by Article 1562 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, Rule 153 of Rules of Procedure, I now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion to that effect. Lob.
Right Honorable Speaker, this housekeeping will be very important for us. Firstly, we want roads, government. We want roads in Northern Uganda, in Western Uganda, in Eastern Uganda, in Central Uganda. So on that issue, we are at par. This Kampala in which we operate is a mess. We want it fixed. So on that, we are at par. We want the roads fixed. But for the good of our housekeeping, Right Honorable Speaker, and you have mentioned these committee chairpersons are under this August House. We want to make sure there gets to be no repeat of the same. The government chief whip has told us that the leadership of the committee informed him that they were not available. Right Honorable Speaker, this house is under your leadership, supervised by yourself. When a member is to be away for one reason or another, if it is a member on my side, they'll inform me, but they'll inform the speaker as well. Likewise for all the leaderships. Recently, there was a training for one of the accountability committees. Some members did not show up, and you took stern action. You were angry, and rightly so, because if something has been prepared and committee members don't show up, action should be taken. Right Honorable Speaker, the leadership of this committee has taken this parliament for granted. because you have not told us they wrote to you or informed you and you cleared them. The government chief whip is saying they were not available. What does it mean they were not available?
Thank you.
How do we take action? I think we must take action, right, Honorable Speaker?
Thank you.
So that we don't keep being taken for granted. The rules, yes, can be suspended. There's a place for that. But they should not be suspended just because we have unserious leaders.
Honorable member, the chairman of the committee, Honorable Ikojo John Bosco, is unwell. He wrote to me, but then where are the others? That's number one. Number two, we are crossing over to the next financial year. This is our last sitting today. Today is our last sitting. We will come back for appropriation on 14th. And we'll...
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm raising this procedural matter.
We will take an action. That one I can assure you. We will take an action.
Right,
We
Honorable
will take
Speaker.
an action. No, I'm still on LOB. I'm still on LOB. We'll take an action to that effect, and I will copy you in. There's a procedure from...
Yeah, the procedural matter I want to raise, and I want to invite your attention to reflect carefully on it. First of all, under Rule 16, whenever a member moves that a particular rule of this House is suspended, Madam Speaker, you are duty bound to put a question on the suspension first. Honorable Obua Hamson moved that we suspend Rule 155. Madam Speaker, you did not put a question to suspend that rule, and it was not carried in this House. Secondly, Madam Speaker, so, Madam Speaker.
Jonah?
Yes,
Jonah, when Honorable Bua requested to suspend the rule, and I asked if it was seconded, I even mentioned Okwalinga. I mentioned Okwalinga. I mentioned Sirwanyi. I mentioned I put it. Yes, I did. And they stood up. Even Faith is there. I mentioned. Yes.
Madam Speaker, my duty as a member of parliament.
But I am clearing
yes,
that I put it.
Yes, I admit my duty as a member of parliament of this House is to offer wise counsel where I see there is an irregularity. It can be taken, it can be discussed.
Thank you for the counsel.
But secondly, I want to draw your attention. The Rule 155 is a constitutional matter. You cannot suspend that rule because it draws its mandate, and I can read for you, Madam Speaker, that the minister responsible for finance shall, in accordance with Article 159, Honorable Bua cannot suspend the constitution here, and this House cannot proceed. It also talks about Section 36 and Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act. And I invite my brother, Honorable, my brother, the clerk. Clerk, can you allow the speaker to?
You continue.
Yes. So, Speaker, I'm drawing your attention that Rule 155, which Honorable Bua sought to suspend, touches on the Constitution, Article 159, touches on Section 36 and 39 of the Public Finance Management Act.
Let's go slowly.
If you read in detail.
Let's go slowly. On the article on the Constitution, it says government shall not borrow, guarantee, or raise a loan on behalf of itself or any public institution, authority, or a person, except authorized under the Act of Parliament. Parliament is authorizing. Are you not Parliament?
Right, Honorable Speaker, now that we are going that way, you read subsection 3, an act of parliament made under clause 2 of the article shall provide for the following. Now let any member of parliament.
John, I want to refer you to Rule 16 again.
The rule cannot overthrow the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the rule cannot. The rule cannot overthrow the Constitution.
A minute. I want to refer you still to Rule 16. Under Rule 16(2), this rule shall not apply in respect to Rule 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 1, 16, and 98. The others are not entrenched. Those are the only entrenched rules. The Attorney General wants to advise.
I'm actually happy he's here, and I will be happy to debate with you now.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The import of Rule 159 is that Parliament shall have a say as far as borrowing is concerned. The import is that the executive must follow. I'm looking at Rule 155. He's actually saying government cannot borrow without approval of Parliament. Okay? I do not need to read the rule verbatim. It is simply saying if government must borrow under Article 159 of the Constitution, okay, it must seek approval of Parliament. It is not cast in stone. So we are here as a Parliament. Oh, okay, clarification is.
Thank you. Learned Attorney General, the issue at hand is very simple. Can Parliament proceed to suspend a rule outside these ones enumerated under Rule 16? It's really as simple as that. And that's the gist of Honorable Oduru's issue. And we must be very clear on that. Can we really suspend? Because you see, there are entrenched rules and non-entrenched. Now, if a rule derives its legitimacy from the Constitution or an act, can it be suspended? The framers of these rules, would it have been their intention that there are rules outside here not mentioned that by nature are suspendable? I think that's the gist of the matter.
Thank you for the clarification. He has made it simpler. In essence, any rule that is not enumerated under Rule 16 is not entrenched and it is suspendable. That includes Rule 155.
Thank you, honorable members. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Apache Model Primary School from Apache District. You're most welcome. They are represented by Honorable Chan Patrick. Ochan is there, Honorable Chan is there, and Honorable Awo Betty Engola. Thank you, thank you. They've come to observe the proceedings. Apoyo Vino.
Madam
Item
Speaker,
7.
I want to thank you. You had allowed me to raise a procedure issue.
In this parliament, Madam Speaker, I am a shadow finance minister. By practice, you have been allowing shadow ministers at least to respond when matters are raised.
You're sitting far.
So can I raise the issue, Madam? Then if the answer is far, then I'll take it. But let me raise the issue.
No, you raise the issue, but you see, at times I don't see you because you're sitting far. You, as a finance minister, you're supposed to sit next to the whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will abide. So the issue I am raising for your guidance, we have a report of the Auditor General. In that report, we have borrowed 17 trillion in the last 10 years to do roads. We have not consumed more than 5 trillion shilling. And we are paying 434 billion shilling in commitment fees for money unutilized, including what the Honorable man was saying of Ginger Expressway. Reason, and the Auditor General is not kind to Parliament. You pass here loans without counterpart funding. As a result, that money stays there and we begin paying commitment fees. It is now 434 billion, including money that was given to you to do Ginger Express where you haven't done a compensation. So the procedure issue.
It was approved in 2020.
Yes, but the money was approved, we begin paying commitment fees.
And that's
so
what
the
I'm
issue,
saying.
yes,
The loan was approved in
the issue for
2020.
which I am seeking for your guidance. This institution has been indicted by the Auditor General of not doing due diligence. We just pass roads because roads are very sentimental. And we commit this country. I was not here some 2-3 days ago when Parliament was complaining that Musasis was cutting their budget. Next financial year, we need 25 trillion to repay the debt. As a result, the Honorable Minister of Finance issued a corrigenda, cutting 2-point-something trillion from every vote, including Parliament, because the debt servicing has increased. Just by this action, you have now said it can go to 30 as a result, because you borrow and then you reduce the money available to do work. So the guidance I am seeking, Madam Speaker, in the absence of a committee report to interrogate all these issues, for us to be able to take a decision. In fact, if you read the report of the Minister for Finance, the Honorable Matia Kasaiji, he says we should stop committing the future generation. That is his report, which I will be tabling. So my procedure issue, because I should have made this as a comment as a shadow minister, Madam Speaker, is whether we are not scoring in our own net to continue causing a problem every financial year and allowing this shabby government that brings here things at a terrible speed and then blackmail everybody that this one is time bad. That's the procedure issue I want you, Madam Speaker, to guide me on.
Honorable members, Mehdi? Mehdi has been here. It's actually you.
That
because-
means I was seated just next to you. You want to speak first?
Next.
Right Honorable Speaker, of course, we are all interested in infrastructure development. And for me, what the law presented was sufficient, that we ought to be in the future much more smarter, so that the committee takes responsibility to explain to this august house. I feel for the people of Northern Uganda, just the way we seek for infrastructure is the same way. And if we sat here and disregarded their plight, I think definitely it will come back to act against us. Therefore, as Parliament, we should box ourselves in the corner and realize that as committees, please take up your responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the whip to come here and explain the position of the committee, so that you carry us together as a house, so that we stand together and defend this loan towards the people and its importance to the country. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I understand that
definitely a question has been put. And the matter should now be put to its logical conclusion, but aware that in future we shall not accept to debate any report without the full committee's input and the input of all of us in the future. Thank you.
Next item. Next item.
Item 7, motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary schedule number 2 for the financial year 2023-24 pursuant to Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure.
Minister, can you move a motion? Aisha, you'll bring the procedure, please. No, it is okay, it won't. Bring a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move a motion that this House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider and approve the supplementary expenditure schedule number 2 for financial year 2023-24 in accordance with Article 156 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 153 of our Rules of Procedure. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded by General Kavuma, by General Lwelo, by Faith, by Menya, by John, Stephen, Dr. Noah, Gerald. That's why I've not said Dr. Mona. No, Dr. Mona doesn't vote. By Government Chief Whip, by Solomon, by Okwalinga, by Elders, by Edie, by Wanda, by Awasi, by Bama Busia, by Achayo, Annette, Sylvia, Donald, Fred, by local government, by Angora, by Opolot, by Isaac, by Rukari, by Eric, by Isaac. Would you want to speak to it?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you may recall that Parliament appropriated the total budget of 52.736 trillion for financial year 2023-24, disaggregated as follows: 31.263 trillion appropriated budget by Parliament and 21.437 as statutory expenditure. Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 states as follows: 1. The total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is appropriated by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. And 2, where funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementary estimates showing the sum spent shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months after the money has been spent. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with the above section of the law, Parliament approved a supplementary expenditure under Schedule 1 for financial year amounting to, for financial year 2023-24, amounting to Uganda shillings 3.492 trillion. Madam Speaker, on 18th of April 2024, I laid before Parliament a supplementary expenditure under Schedule 2 amount for financial year 2023-24 amounting to Uganda shillings 1.109 trillion. Madam Speaker, the drivers of this supplementary are the following. Number one, local revenue, additional local revenue. Two, unspent balances for financial year 2023-24. Three, additional external financing. Number four, wage, pension, and gratuity shortfalls. And number five, critical government policy commitments. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that this supplementary schedule number 2 is self-funded. In other words, it is going to be funded from additional non-tax revenue, as well as already committed external financing and reallocations within the already existing resources as follows. One, under wage, pension, and gratuity, the funded savings within the budget amounts to 125.830 billion. This one will be reallocated within the already existing wage bill. Two, non-tax revenue. This is additional local revenue which has been realized, amounting to 31.204 billion. Other reallocations within the budget will amount to 666 billion. The unspent Government of Uganda funding is 0.960 billion. And under external financing, World Bank and AFDB projects, 277.105 billion, totaling to 1.109 trillion. Madam Speaker, with this background information, I beg to move and invite the House to consider and approve this supplementary schedule number 2 for financial year 2023 and the above proposed sources of funding. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Budget.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Madam Chair, I've listened to the Minister of Finance before the committee report comes. He says we have savings of 1.7 trillion. We have unspent balances, and we have everything.
Yeah.
Now, why are we going to borrow to finance a road when we have unspent balances instead of funding that road from these unspent balances? Madam Speaker, I think Parliament should be taken seriously. Is it procedure right to borrow to go and do something, yet we have unspent money which we should have just picked and taken it to Karamoja? Why should we borrow from Karamoja, not get it from our budget?
According to what I heard, it was a pre-financing loan, and the gross period was for 3 years. Actually, that's why the Budadiri Road is very bad, actually. The other day, I tried going to Honorable Nandala's home. I failed to reach because of the road. To my home. Okay, let's hear from the chairman. Then we hear from. I am aware that there is a minority report on from the.
Right, Honorable Speaker. A report of the Budget Committee on Supplementary Expenditure Schedule number 2 for the financial year 23-24. Madam Speaker, with this report are minutes that of the committee proceedings for the 25th, 29th, and 30th of this month, and letters from the Attorney General, an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of the Republic of Uganda, represented by the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, and they, Biopharma, a letter from the Minister of Science and Technology, and other attachments supporting this report I beg to lay.
Please, Lay.
Yes. There is also a supplementary report here.
Supplementary or
Supplementary, I mean,
minority?
minority report by
Minority.
Honorable Semunyunganda. He gave me,
It's a handwritten letter.
he gave me a copy, Madam Speaker, giving
Okay.
me notice to
Okay.
present this note here.
A clerk should give honorable shadow minister a computer so that he's able to.
It would be nice, Right Honorable Speaker, to support his
Yes.
office.
He should support his office because he can't. Huh?
A
No, I
report
want
of
him
the
to-
committee.
I'm supporting you.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the support, but the circumstances need to be known. The chair knows that even as Parliament started, they were still signing. So please don't come here and present me like someone unserious. You know what you've done.
Madam Speaker, I don't know much about the office of the Shadow Minister of Finance, whether there are computers in it or not, but I'm confident of the report that is before us. That is the Committee of Budget report. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, on the 7th of April 2024, the Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development laid before Parliament supplementary schedule number 2 of 23-24 amounting to 1,000 Uganda shillings 1,101.099 billion and referred it to the Committee of Budget for scrutiny. The Budget Committee has examined the supplementary expenditure schedule number 2 of 23-24 and now wishes to report. Right Honorable Speaker, methodology, we interacted with the Ministry of Finance. We brought ourselves to the supplementary expenditure number 2, 23-24. We received submissions by the Minister of Finance. We also, of course, put our attention to the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 95, the Public Finance Management Act and regulations, the rules of procedure of Parliament, the ministerial policy statements and approved budget for 23-24, the third National Development Plan 2020-21 to 2024-25, the midterm debt management strategy, the semi-annual budget performance report, and the approved Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, among other stakeholders. Legal compliance, Madam Speaker and honorable members, allow me to first highlight some of the key legal provisions that govern supplementary expenditures. Article 156(2) and 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda stipulates that, 2, if in respect of any financial year it is found, A, that the amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, or B, that any monies are being expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for that purpose or for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by the act. A supplementary estimate showing the sums required or spent shall be laid before Parliament. And in the case of excess expenditure, within 4 months after the money is spent. Number 3, Madam Speaker and honorable members, where in respect of any financial year, a supplementary estimate or supplementary estimates have been approved by Parliament in accordance with clause 2 of this article, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced into Parliament in the financial year next following that financial year, to which the estimates relate, providing for the appropriation of the sums so as approved for the purposes specified in those estimates. Section 25(3) and 4 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 stipulates that, 3, The total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. 4, where funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementary estimates showing the sum spent shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, Regulation 18.5, 6, and 7 of the Public Finance Management Act, Regulations 2016 provide as follows. 5. Parliament may approve a supplementary appropriation, or the minister may approve a supplementary budget, as the case may be, where the supplementary expenditure is unavoidable or unforeseeable. 6. For the purposes of this regulation, A, unavoidable means an expenditure that cannot be postponed to the next financial year through virement. B, unforeseeable does not include an expenditure that was foreseeable by the vote at the time of preparation for the budget of the vote, or an expenditure that should have been included in the budget of the vote. 7, an expenditure which is in excess of the appropriated budget of vote and which is not in accordance with the sections shall be treated as a loss of public funds as provided for under section 79(1) of this act. Madam Speaker, Section 20 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 also stipulates that Parliament may, by resolution, authorize the minister to reallocate funds from a vote to another vote, where the functions of a vote are transferred to that other vote. Rule 153(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament stipulates that the supplementary estimates presented to Parliament shall clearly spell out the source of funding for the supplementary expenditure request for each vote. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee examined the supplementary expenditure requests currently before Parliament against the legal provisions and observes that the relevant legal provisions are being complied with, Madam Speaker. Overview of the supplementary expenditure schedule number 2 of 2023-24. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the supplementary expenditure schedule number 2 of financial year 23-24 amounts to 1,101 billion, 0.99 billion, and will be funded as follows.
Proceed.
Right, Honorable Speaker. 1, I've noted that in his house, almost a half or a quarter of it is on phone and on WhatsApp.
No, they're using
Yes.
they're using it for reading.
But secondly, what is reading is routinely what we go through. The reading overview, the rules of procedures. To save time, he can go straight to committee observations and recommendation.
Okay.
No.
Now the chairman Park is the chairman of Park. For your information, he's the one talking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Go to your observations, recommendations.
Yeah, let me go to just give in this budget of 1.101099 trillion, the recurrent is 811.12 billion. The development is 289.587 billion, which is about 29.3%. Committee observations. Madam Speaker, this is a very small report, it's just 13 pages. So my brother Kivumbi should not be threatened. The others are attachments. I am about actually to come to the end. Committee observations. Savings within the wage bill, there is savings within the wage bill worth 125.83 billion, were a result of the findings of a special payroll audit by the Auditor General. That is a saving. Uganda shilling 666 billion was reallocated from vote 130, that is treasury operations. Inclusive of the above funds, 2.2 billion has so far been reallocated from vote 130
under security redemption to cater for budget shortfalls in the financial year 23-24. Number 3 observation. Additional external financing of Uganda shillings 277.105 billion represents additional disbursements by external partners and are not new borrowings, but previous borrowings. Observations vote by vote. Vote 002 State House. Uganda shillings 18.6 billion for classified expenditures. The committee recommends approval of 18.6 billion for classified expenditures. Votes 003, Office of the Prime Minister. Uganda shillings 9.471 billion.
Clarification. Right Honorable Speaker, please don't just move us like a train. Tell us the justification, observation and justification. Yes, we need the justification. We are at a problem. We need to know the justification for giving 18 billion shillings.
The take back to 18, take back to 4.1. Classified expenditure 18.6. Honorable members, Medi, first understand what classified is. Yes. First, okay, for national security. Classified. Medi, classified. There is a committee of classified that looks at all those things. And that committee will ably make a report to that effect. So, Chairman, continue.
Classified is classified.
Thank you. 4.2, vote 003, Office of the Prime Minister, 9.471 billion to undertake the pending activities before closure of the development response.
Honorable Minister of Finance, you need to tell the boss, the executive of this country, even as we prepare for his supplementary budget, only 5 ministers, 6 ministers are in the House out of 83 ministers. And then they go back and start saying that we are being bribed, we are being tribalistic by taking coffee to Bugisu, to Uganda. We are doing this diarrhea. The executive should know that there are no ministers who are supporting his projects in the House. I've seen Honorable Kasolo is there. You come to the front bench so that we know who is here and who is not here. And honorable members, this is a serious matter. These are the same people who go bad-mouthing us. Instead of being here to defend their position, and they are leaving my member just suffering alone here. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, vote 003, Office of the Prime Minister, shillings 9.471 billion to undertake the pending activities before closure of the development response to displacement impacts project, Dr. Deep. The funding will cater for the completion of already started sub-projects and operational activities following the approval of extension of the project implementation period from 31st December 23 to 30th June 2024. The reason justification for this supplementary is arising as a result as follows. There's balances of the sub-projects of 7,044,309,088 shillings. There is also an exchange rate gain, a forex gain of 2,426,693,964 shillings, totaling to 9,471,003,052 shillings. The committee recommends approval of 9.471 billion to vote 003 Office of the Prime Minister to undertake the pending activities before the closure of the Development Response Displacement Impacts Project. Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Plan and Economic Development. Uganda shilling 37.36 billion. The justification is that this is a additional external financing for the implementation of the Competitiveness and Enterprise Development Project, CEDEP activities, including settling outstanding obligations such as payment of interim certificates and completion of construction activities of Uganda Wildlife Education Center and Conservation Center in Entebbe, Uganda Wildlife Research Institute Kasese, and Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute Jinja. It should be noted that the World Bank has disbursed funds into the designated account for financing of the outstanding works. Therefore, the committee recommends approval of 37.36 billion to vote 008 Ministry of Finance, Plan and Economic Development for the implementation of the outstanding competitiveness and enterprise development project activities. Vote 010 Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, 9.12 billion. This money is catered for external financing for the Agriculture Cluster Development Project, ACDP. Following the 100% release of the project's approval budget in Q1 by the World Bank, the funding is meant to facilitate project closure activities across the project districts, including evaluation studies, closeout meetings, infrastructure commissioning, and documentation. The details, Madam Speaker and colleagues, are in the table as outlined in the report, totaling to 9,121,689,812 shillings. The committee recommends approval of 9.12 billion to vote 010 Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to cater for external financing for the Agriculture Cluster Development Project, following the 100% release of the project's approval budget in Q1 of the by the World Bank. Vote 012 Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, 232.387 billion is broken down as follows. 666 billion, that's a mistake, 666 billion to be transferred from vote 103 Treasury Operations to facilitate part payment of the outstanding compensation obligations. No, it is 66 billion. 66 billion, sorry. 66 billion obligations under the ranchers restructuring program. These funds were provided under Supplementary Schedule 1 and approved under Vote 130 Treasury Operations for direct payment to the verified beneficiaries and bona fide owners of the ranches. It should be noted that the current, as of April 2024, outstanding compensation award is 372.9297 billion. That's what is left. Roman 2, 135.103 billion, which is external financing for clearing contractual obligations under the Competitiveness and Enterprise Development Project, CEDEP. It is required to finance the land component. This is required to facilitate the implementation of the Land Information System under Ministry of Lands and Housing. The annex here is attached as Annex 2 for the details of the activities. Roman 3, Uganda shilling 31.284 billion is external financing for Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development, USMID, to meet the contractual obligations This supplementary is meant to clear contracts and avoid accruing arrears that could arise out of the project closure. The details, honorable colleagues and right honorable speaker, are in Annex 3. Therefore, the committee recommends the following. 1. Approval of 66 billion to facilitate part payment of the outstanding compensation obligations as per Annex 1 under Ranches Restructuring Program. Roman 2, approval of Uganda shillings 135.103 billion under the Competitiveness and Enterprise Development Project to meet the contract obligations. And lastly, approval of that 1.284 billion for Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development project to meet the contractual obligations. Vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. 3 billion is required to facilitate the commemoration of the Uganda Matters Day celebrations. The table 4 gives the details. Support to the Catholic Diocese of Nebi, which is leading the celebrations in Namgongo. They're going to receive 1,087,915 shillings, 915,708 shillings. Support to the Anglican Church, Midwestern Uganda Cluster Dioceses, 1,087,915,708 shillings. Support to the Muslim site, Namgongo, the Uganda Muslim site in Namgongo, 200 million. Coordination by the National Organizing Committee, 100 million. Ministry of Health, 103,514,000. Kira Municipality, 66,340,000. National Water and Sewerage Corporation, 204,314,584 shillings. Security during that day, 150 million, totaling to 3 billion shillings. The committee recommends approval of 3 billion shillings to vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to facilitate the commemoration of Uganda Matters Day celebrations this year. Vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment, 11.559 billion. This money is funding for farm income enhancement and forest conservation program funded by the Africa Development Bank that has been planned to end 30th June 2023, but was extended to 30th June 2024 to enable completion of the activities. These activities include construction of the remaining works for gravity-fed irrigation schemes, infrastructure and facilities for water line, purchase of farm tractors to 5 schemes, procurement of assorted tree seedlings distributed to Mubuku 2, Manafwa, Ngenge, Toshi, and wildlife for sustainable forest management watershed areas. Procurement of agriculture value addition equipment and post-harvest handling equipment. That's the rice equipment. And to distribute them to farmers. Facilitating promotion of aquaculture and horticulture practices in the 5 schemes, including training and equipping farmers, training agribusiness skills on use. Operation and maintenance, facilitating linkage between farmers to market in the 5 irrigation schemes. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee recommends approval of 11.559 billion to vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment for farm income enhancement and forest conservation program funded by the Africa Development Bank. Vote 11122, Kampala Capital City Authority, 13.69 billion from stronger performance of the ANTR activities. They are just returning them their collections. This is to cater for the wage shortfalls of the city cleaning casual workforce. The committee recommends approval of 13.69 billion to vote 122 Kampala Capital City Authority to cater for the wage shortfalls of the city cleaning casual workforce. Vote 114 Uganda Police Force. Uganda shillings 9.156 billion is arising out of compensation for Uganda police property affected by the Kampala flyover construction and road upgrading project. This is to enable the vote to procure land and resettle their staff, the affected staff, to other sites. The details are on table 5, Madam Speaker and colleagues. 9.155 billion, vote 144 for Uganda Police Force. Yes, the flyover land. The committee recommends approval of that money. Uganda Police Force for compensation of Uganda Police Force property affected by the Kampala flyover construction and road upgrading project. Vote 167, Science, Technology and Innovation. Uganda shillings 578.4 billion to support the strategic pharmaceutical industrial investment under DEI Biopharma Limited to enable them complete the business production and ensure it comfortably meets its debt obligations and operational requirements. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government has embarked on the process of acquisition of equity in DEI Biopharma Limited as a strategic intervention to increase the production of pharmaceutical drugs locally. It should be noted that the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation provided a written commitment, and a copy of the letter is attached as Annexure 9 to the committee, that no funds would be disbursed to the company until the evaluation process is completed and the government's stake in the company is formally established. In addition, the Attorney General provided to the committee an affirmation that his office will take the lead in ensuring that government acquires the equity in the company equivalent, in the company, which is equivalent to the monies expended to the company by government of Uganda, and at all times, due regard will be had of the public interest, and a copy of the letter of the Attorney General is attached as Annexure 10. Lastly, honorable members and Chair and Madam Speaker, the committee also received a copy of the Memorandum of Understanding between the government of Uganda and DEI Biopharma Limited concerning the acquisition by the government of Uganda of equity in DEI Biopharma Limited, and a copy of the MOU is attached as Annexure 11. Therefore, the committee recommends as follows. Subject to the aforementioned undertakings and commitments by government, the committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 578.4 billion to vote 167 Science, Technology and Innovation to support the strategic acquisition of equity under DEI Biopharma Limited. Vote 406 Oima Regional Referral Hospital. Uganda shillings 115.657 million is Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer, UGIFT. This is money and spent balances for construction and equipping of the blood bank at the hospital that were returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of the last financial year. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 115.657 million to vote 406 Oima Regional Referral Hospital for Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer, UGIFT program to unspent balances for construction and equipping of the blood bank. Vote 407 Jinja Regional Referral Hospital. 30.785 million is external financing under government-to-government financing from USAID to cater for the procurement of ICT equipment. The committee recommends approval of 30.787885 million to vote 407 Jinja Referral Hospital for external financing under the government-to-government financing from USAID to cater for the procurement of ICT equipment. Vote 421 Kayunga Referral Hospital. 579.5 million is unspent balances to support the hospital during the transitional period from a general hospital to a regional referral hospital. That was returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of the financial year 2022-23. The committee recommends approval of 579.5 million to vote 421 Kayunga Regional Referral Hospital for unspent balances to support the hospital during the transition period from a general hospital to a regional referral hospital that was returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of the financial year 2022-23. Vote 537 Uganda Mission in Havana, Cuba. 300 Uganda shillings 380 million is unspent balances from the financial year 22-23 to furnish and equip the official residence of the ambassador. The embassy was not allocated a development budget for 23-24. The committee recommends approval of 380 million Uganda shillings to vote 537 Uganda Mission in Havana, Cuba for unspent balances from financial year 22-23 to furnish and equip the official residence of the ambassador. Vote 600 local governments. 43.06 billion is being provided to cater for the following: 40.445 billion is external financing for Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development, that's USMID, to be utilized by local governments to meet their outstanding contractual obligations related to urban road construction projects funded by the World Bank. Colleagues, and on Right Honorable Speaker, the details are in Annex 4 attached. 2, Uganda shillings 2.615 billion is additional UGIFT unspent balances that were returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of the financial year 22-23 as per Annex 5 attached. This is funding to enable the local governments to meet their outstanding contractual obligations. Now, therefore, the committee recommends approval of 43.06 billion to various local governments as follows. 1, Uganda shillings 40.445 billion for external financing for Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development, USMID, to be utilized by local governments to meet their outstanding contractual obligations related to urban construction projects funded by the World Bank. 2, Uganda shillings 2.615 billion additional UGIFT unspent balances that were returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of the financial year 2023. Local governments 8.35 billion is additionally locally raised revenue as per Annex 6 attached. This is on account of additional local revenue collected by a number of local governments. The committee recommends approval of 8.35 billion for additional locally raised revenue to various local governments. Government votes. The details are in Annex 6. Vote various central and local government votes. Uganda shillings 98.843 billion to meet wage shortfalls as per the findings of the special audit by the Office of the Auditor General. And the details are in Annexure 7. This shortfall will be funded using savings from within the wage bill for the financial year 23-24. The committee therefore recommends approval of 98.843 billion to meet wage shortfalls for various central and local government votes. 4.18, various central and local government votes. Uganda shillings 26.987 billion to meet pension and gratuity shortfalls as per the verified submissions from respective accounting officers. The details are Annexure 8. This shortfall will be funded using savings from the wage bill. So, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends approval of 26.987 billion to meet pensions and for various central and local government votes. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request the House approves the supplementary expenditure under Schedule Number 2 for financial year 23-24, totaling to 1,101.099 billion, as outlined in the table below and detailed in the annexure A and B of the proposed supply schedule. Category recurrent is 811,957,952,835 shillings. Development is 289,123,211,547 shillings. Total is 1,101,099,164,308 shillings. I beg to report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, and the Honorable Shadow Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and members. This minority report has been signed by the following members: the Honorable Matthias Mpuga, the Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi, the Honorable Dr. Urume Baiga Sarongo Wamwenge, the Honorable Karim Masaba, and Semuju Ibrahim. Madam Speaker, I will not able to go into what the main report has covered. The supplementary schedule number 2 of 2023-2024 amounting to 1.1 trillion was laid in Parliament on 17th April 2024 and referred to the committee. This second schedule follows supplementary schedule number 1 amounting to 3.5 trillion, laid in on November 30th and passed by this Parliament in December. The first supplementary schedule was financed through extra borrowing of 3.6 trillion. And the second one is to be financed through reallocation within the budget. The supplementary, the first one, revised the total approved budget from 52.7 trillion to 55.3 trillion if you add that money. To consider this supplementary, the Budget Committee held 3 meetings, one at Munyonyo Speak Resort on Thursday, April 18th, and at Parliament on Monday, yesterday, and today. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, those of us opposed to the supplementary expenditure request have pursuant to Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure written in Minority Report, and these are the areas of dissent. The first, this supplementary request does not comply with the law. 2, the dubious and endless State House classified expenditures. The third, we oppose donating 578.4 billion taxpayers' money to Mr. Magora. Non-compliance with the law. All the activities and items government is seeking to finance through this second supplementary request do not meet the requirement of Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act. Section 25, 6 and 7 makes it categorical that an activity or item funded by a supplementary budget must be unavoidable and unforeseeable. The law goes ahead to define these 2 terms. Unavoidable means an expenditure that cannot be postponed to the next financial year. Mind you, the next financial year starts on July 1st, which is hardly 2 months away. Unforeseeable means an item not foreseeable by the vote at the time of preparing of the budget of the vote, or an expenditure that should have been included in the budget of the vote. The intention of this section is to stop readers running a country like a kiosk or a kirao. In fact, even in a kirao has rules. Usually milking is done in the morning and evening. The items to be funded here include salaries, wages, gratuity, land compensation, compensation to ranchers, municipal host infrastructure, state house classified, etc. In fact, release of this money, if it is ever released, almost 1 month at the end of the financial year, will cause a stampede as people are fighting to absorb this money. The time remaining for the end of the financial year, agencies will be fighting to beat the end of financial year 2 months deadline. Therefore, even if you stretch the meaning of these two words to accommodate the listed items, the time remaining for the end of the financial year cannot facilitate release and absorption of the money, especially where procurement is required. Supplementary, this particular one we are processing is increasing State House budget to 802 billion. In this supplementary schedule number 2, State House is asking for another 18.6 classified expenditure. It is also asking for an additional 2.7 billion for wages. If approved, this will bring the total State House budget for this financial year to 802.6 billion. Remember, the budget was passed in May 2023 and the State House was given 421.9 billion at that time. In December, 5 months after, State House requested for an additional 353.3 billion in classified expenditure, which this parliament approved, bringing total budget for the residence of President Museveni to 775.2 billion. The president is now demanding for another 21.3 billion in supplementary schedule number 2. This, as noted above, will bring total State House budget for this financial year to 802.6 billion. State House budget has, since the passage of the budget, grown by 46%. State House has turned into a bottomless pit. What this means in real terms is that the country is spending 2.1 billion per day on maintaining the residence of its revolutionary leader. Shillings 91.6 million per hour and shillings 1.5 million per second on maintaining our revolutionary leader. This is a huge cost for Uganda, where 20% of its population is still living on less than $1 per day. Kampala, capital city, the same year is given a total budget of 386 billion, including a miserable 31 billion for roads and bridges improvement. It means while we spend 2.1 billion on maintaining our president and his dear wife per day, we are spending 86 million on maintaining Kampala roads and bridges in the same period. While we spend 91.6 million on maintaining the president per hour, we are spending 3.5 million on Kampala roads and bridges, which is our capital city. C, President Museveni classified budget under his residence is now 455 billion. This is the budget classified under the residence. Parliament must interest itself in the ever-increasing State House classified budget. In the 2023-2024 budget, State House was given 83.1 billion for classified expenditure. State House requested for an additional 353.3 billion, again for classified expenditure, which this parliament approved. It is now asking for a third classified budget of 18.6 billion the same year, bringing total classified expenditure of State House to 455 billion. The table below is showing you the requests. First, in the budget, we put there 83.1 billion classified. Then this breakdown
in the last first supplementary schedule. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, while the State House is a public property, what takes place there is a private matter between the president and his family. That's why our president is given a salary under the emoluments and benefits of the president, vice president, and prime minister's act. This salary is for him to spend on items like any other human being. A free facilitated house is one of the benefits under this law. What the law envisages is that the president will perform his public duties and functions through his office and retire to State House to rest. This parliament ought to know what classified duties is the president performing in his bedroom. By endlessly recurring taxpayers' money to his residence, our president is inviting public scrutiny into his private life. This parliament must bring the president under the ambit of the law.
There's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the honorable member on the floor for the report. But then, just as we did with the first report, isn't it procedure right that it goes to the recommendations? Because the details we all know, but at least we have the report with us on our iPads. Straight away go to the recommendations and we debate the report. And Madam Speaker,
honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of former Ugandan students in Algeria under the Uganda-Algeria Alumni Association. They met the Committee of Foreign Affairs this morning for an interaction on the condition of Ugandan students in Algeria. Please stand up. And in the Parliament of Uganda here, the person that Parliament chose to represent Parliament in Algeria is Honorable Hassan Kirumira. He's here. You need to interact with him before you go back.
Much obliged, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. No, it is in written. It was sent to Algeria. So you should interact with the alumni and get their issues. Thank you.
This report
there was a procedure matter, and I think the member is about to complete. Member is about to complete, and he's flowing, and it seems he's flowing, and it seems he likes classified issues in the bedroom. So let's allow him finish.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. See, the reason there is this breakdown, we are of different background. The constituency where I was born, neighbors his, and I know his background as a former LDU. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
What have you said?
While
The member of the reserve force.
a free
Honorable member.
House.
He's a member of whose reserve force.
No, I have said, and he knows, Chazanga is near his constituency. He was harassing us when he was LDU. So, Madam Speaker, this is a small report, so can I be given... Madam Speaker, a free, fully facilitated state house is one of the benefits under this law.
Honorable member, there is no way that Honorable Semuju would know the other one was an LDU when it was not. So they are the same. So please go ahead. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, the parliament must bring the president under the armpit of the law. He should choose between Entebbe and Nakasero residences.
There is an order.
But this one, he keeps disturbing me. The other day, he was complaining about Kanyariel.
Right Honorable Speaker, you designated me to chair Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs. I know the role of LDUs. They actually don't harass people. What they know,
Honorable.
they actually harass thieves, they harass criminals, and I don't think the
Honorable.
member is one of them.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. I don't know why you're distorting the report. Can we move? Can we move and finalize on this report? Huh? At least one thing he has not, if you had said he's a homosexual, it would be something more offending. But LDU, go ahead.
I think, Madam Speaker, I remember when the first time I came to Parliament.
You read.
I am reading.
You read.
I am reading. The first time I came here, we were told in a seminar to think before we speak. Madam Speaker, this parliament must bring the president under the armpit of the law. The law provides one state house. The president must choose between Entebbe and Nakasero residences. He should also stop operating lodges in other towns. That's what the law
Can I
provides.
first ask before you go ahead?
Then you will be interfering with activities.
No, I just want to be cleared. Which one is a home? Which one is an office?
Madam Speaker,
Wait.
the law on president, vice president, and prime minister define these things. I am not the one defining them. Maybe I will need to bring a copy here for my colleagues to appreciate. All the benefits of the president are given by the law. He does not give himself, including a salary, including educating his children. In fact, the law limits him to 4 children. He's not supposed to produce more. That's what is in the law.
Honorable members, listen. Listen. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, where I was seeking for a clarification from Ibrahim is because I don't know where the office is. I have been imagining the office is in Entebbe, so I have just gotten to know now that it is here.
No, incidentally, Madam Speaker, I am lucky I've been here both as an MP and a journalist. I know when money was passed here to build the State House in Entebbe. I know. The president at that time was calling the Nakasero State Lodge. The law allows him one state house. It is even defined. He also operates lodges. That's what I'm saying.
There's information.
In a report reading, Madam Speaker, there cannot be information in a report reading.
You are not the speaker.
No, you
Madam
want a
Speaker,
clarification.
Information.
The president should follow the law. This parliament has a duty to bring him under the armpit of the law.
You can wait. You will respond to him.
He should also stop operating lodges in other towns. That's what the law provides, one state house. I am therefore, Madam Speaker, that's the first point of dissent. That we cannot continue sending.
I am not sending Kabanda to rules. He has not made any mistake. Which one? Honorable member.
Madam Speaker, can I now move to Magora? Having finished the State House. Maybe that will create some comfort. But I volunteer, if you allow me, I'm going to give a copy of the law on president's benefits to every MP, Madam Speaker, at my cost. Madam Speaker, point number D. 578.4 billion to Mr. Matthias Magora. Mind you, okay, I'll come to that. The government is also seeking to finance.
The bill is putting Magola all day pharmaceuticals. No, what I'm saying, is there a name Magola in the bill? I mean, in the report, or it is there?
Madam Speaker, we have spent 3 days looking at this supplementary. Information came, including documents showing that Magora is the director. Kereni Koburunji, somebody is another director. If I can be allowed to go down.
So you say 578.4 billion to Mr. Magola, Kellen, Swan, others.
Madam Speaker, what you are suggesting will come during the debate.
And now, you see now, Honorable Semujamu helping you on this. When you mention only Magola, Honorable Suman will say, is it because he's a Msoga? Why are you not mentioning another person?
Okay, I can mention another person, Kereni Kamurunji. They are the proprietor. The government is also seeking to finance through supplementary schedule number 2, Day Pharmaceuticals, a private pharmaceutical plant being set up by Mr. Magora, a Ugandan biochemist.
Honorable, when they are giving a supplementary to Abubakar in Uganda, why don't you complain? Why?
Madam Speaker, Mr. Magora came into prominence in March 2022 when he claimed that he had discovered a cure for coronavirus that causes COVID-19. I was here. The then Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, broke the good news to Parliament that this cure for coronavirus would be available within a fortnight. To quote her, she said, the treatment will be made here. Right Honorable Kadaga said an American scientist from Illinois University, Professor Salfaraz Niaz, had donated the patent to manufacture the coronavirus drug to Magora, and work was progressing in Ruzira. Uganda Medical Association denounced this news, and Health Minister Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng politely advised the country to listen to World Health Organization more. The Honorable Kadaga with Magora, and American professor, even secured a meeting with President Museveni, who bought into this idea. This is the day they were meeting, if we don't have this picture. Magora and President Museveni. This one here. I want to lay on table. This one, there is President Museveni, there is Magora, there is this American professor, and the former speaker,
Where did
Rebecca
you get
Kadaga.
it from?
The Honorable Kadaga with Magora and their American friend even secured a meeting with President Museveni, who bought into the idea and now became its main driver. President Museveni then advised Magora to think of a cure for other viruses because his medicine would become irrelevant once COVID was over. Like a Rubawa specialized hospital, you can see there is minimal participation of health minister and other health experts in this venture. Magora begins to swim in free money. I am reading the report. President Museveni, accompanied by the then Kenyan Vice President and now President William Ruto, inaugurated Day Pharmaceuticals on July 6, 2021. Since that inauguration, government has injected in 145 billion. The first batch of this money totaling 70 billion was included in the budget of 2023-2024, this budget that we are running. And you can find this information on page 42 of the Presidency policy statement. This day of Magora again benefited from another 75 billion cash through the supplementary schedule number 1, passed in December. Mr. Magora's company has returned now with an additional 578.4 billion request in this supplementary schedule number 2. In a presentation to the budget committee during our Munyonyo retreat, a staff of the Ministry of Science, Dr. Cosmas Mukirize, his title Superintendent, Industrial Value Chains Development, said the reason this supplementary is being rushed is troubled by United States $100 million loan it borrowed from Equity Bank. Remember, colleagues, when we are handling Atiak, again, this Equity Bank came into picture that they had lent them money and now they are harassing them. That all the money government is extending is being used to clear the loan. That's why government now wants to inject in another 578.4 billion. The decision of cabinet was that this money being injected in this company be converted into shares. For this to happen, the following must be fulfilled. And this is what we are demanding in the Committee on Budget. First, there must be a special board resolution granting government shares in the company. This resolution, you can only pass it after a 40 days notice. That's why they came here waiving a commitment. But the information was very clear, have a resolution. Because you can wake up one day and Magora says, I no longer want you. You remember, during Chogam, government gave Sudir 12 billion, and later Sudir said that, who asked you to come and invest in a private company? When he appeared before the Committee on Park chaired by Honorable Kassian. 2, evaluation of the company by the chief government valuer. This is to ascertain the worthiness, viability of the company, and price of its share before you commit public resources. Memorandum and articles of association to know who the real owners are. There must also be a disclosure of beneficial owners, a new requirement in the Company Act to curtail money laundering. There must at least be a memorandum of understanding or agreement spelling out key issues. All these documents have not been brought. What has been brought is a commitment. Absence of these and other documents made it very difficult for the budget committee to sanction this supplementary. So the Minister of Science began to WhatsApp some documents to the secretariat of the committee, including during some of our meetings. Some small documents we are coming through WhatsApp. As far as we are concerned, there is absolutely no ground upon which even a royalist of Mr. Museveni can base on to give Magora money. This parliament must learn from its earlier mistakes and stop giving our taxpayers money just like that. Remember, in Atiak, we have now invested 555 billion in Atiak. No tangible results. We have injected 476 billion in Ruoa. The infrastructure is not there. That's why they can't allow you to go, because there is nothing to see. Otherwise, even by the roadside, you can see structure. But the one of Ruoa, you have to sneak in to see. Remember, Chira Motors, over 300 billion. They have only produced just about a dozen buses. There must be a cutoff for these kind of risky ventures. Money from Magora, this is very critical for this parliament, is being diverted from debt service. Government, and you've seen the main report, does not have money to give Magora. What it has done is to divert 666 billion from our public debt servicing vote 130. During a committee meeting, Director Budget, Minister of Finance told us that the money being diverted was meant to clear debt with Bank of Uganda. You know, we owe Bank of Uganda 7 trillion. Already, government owes Bank of Uganda, it's a mistake here, it's not 3, it is 7. And Bank of Uganda is charging us a lot of fees. For example, the Auditor General notes on page 44 of his report that BOU charged the government a penalty fees of 405 billion last financial year for failure to pay debt. We are again postponing that payment in favor of Magora. Ridiculous. Moreover, our debt servicing obligation has now hit 25 trillion, which is 43% of our next financial year's budget. It is the reason Finance issued a Corugenda on April 3rd, 2024, announcing a budget cut of up to 2.7 trillion. That has affected every vote, including this parliament. There are many things we aspire for in life. If you can't get them, you can't go and break a bank. A pharmaceutical to manufacture drugs is a very important good venture, but it found us already servicing loans for energy, for roads, for this and that. It is good, but you cannot afford it, at least at the moment. I actually now think this is not Magora. Someone who can make us remove money from debt servicing in order for us to pay his debts. It is not this Magora. It is another Magora hiding under this Magora. Mr. Magora, when he appeared to defend the first allocation of 70 billion, he told the Committee on Budget that the total cost of his project will be $1 billion, which is 3.9 trillion. The government will continue charging the consolidated fund for private undertaking for a very long period at the taxpayers' expense. This is what former Shadow Minister, the Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, told us last year. A biotechnology firm, Moderna, was setting up a similar facility in Kenya at a cost of $500 million, 500 million. You remember the troubles we had with Bujagali in Ethiopia? It was a quarter of the price setting up the same thing. Madam Speaker and honorable members, you will not say we did not warn you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, thank you so much for the warning. Okwalinga.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Committee on Budget for the report they have presented, and also the Shadow Minister for his elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, I support entirely the report, the main report, but less the issue of Magola. Because I am aware that to build and construct and fully equip a pharmaceutical industry can cost not more than 100 billion shillings. I'm aware that even in the entire region and Africa as a whole, the most expensive, look at even just the one we have in Luzera. It did not cost that much. So I would really like the government to come clean on this issue and tell us where this money is heading. So some of us who are really very, very
Honorable members, let's use 2 minutes.
May I just conclude? Some of us who are really highly committed to this government would like maybe first to have an in-house discussion before some of these things come in, so that we know what is the underlying issue. But without that,
Honorable members, you know, I like people who like living small. If I build a house of 2 million, I don't want my neighbor to build one of 5 million. Yes, Dr. Mona?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Finance and also the Shadow Minister for their presentations. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to limit myself to respond. First of all, I want to say support the report and support the submission of the Minister of Finance. But I want to limit myself to 2 areas raised by the Honorable gentleman who is also the Shadow Minister of Finance, Honorable Sembu Uganda. Oh, sure. Whatever. Sorry, but okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin with one of them. That's the one about State House. I'm not mentioning this because I used to work there. But Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that.
Yeah, Dennis, procedure on what? Just leave him to. What?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the speaker on the floor, the member on the floor, the minister is a former, yes.
Which rule stops him from speaking on the floor? Quote the rule.
Rule 39, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, you read it for me, Babatu. Read for me.
Right Honorable Speaker, meanwhile, I want to submit us.
Read for me. Read for me what the rule says.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is Rule 49. Sorry. Rule 49, Right Honorable Speaker. A question shall not be asked without notice unless it is an urgent nature relating either on a matter of
How
public
is it
importance.
related to what? How is it related to what?
I'm going to ask a question, Right Honorable Speaker.
No. You see what Honorable Semoju said? That when they just come, they would tell them to first think before you say something. So you first think before you say something.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, listen.
Right Honorable Speaker, my contribution towards the honorable member submission is that one, State House is an institution of government. It has never been the property of a president who is there. And President Museveni is not the first president who has lived in State House. So when this house appropriates for State House, it actually appropriates for government. It's facility of government, not President Museveni and his family. And I also want to inform the honorable gentleman that State House also has other facilities that are run under it, which we call the state lodges. And they are scattered all over the country for the purpose of the service to the people of Uganda. In fact, some of them were even built way back during Idi Amin and others. And they exist, and these are properties of the government of Uganda that we must maintain. And I will also want to inform the honorable gentleman, Right Honorable Speaker, that the running of State House is not necessarily about the President Museveni and his wife. This is quite ridiculous. You yourself may one day, God willing, become president of this country. Does it mean necessarily that when you live in State House, all that appropriated there will be for the running of? I think this is quite ridiculous. What I want to say, Honorable Speaker, is that what we appropriate here is not necessarily for the occupant of State House and his wife. And this brings me to the definition of what we call the classified expense and expenditure. I really hope that this
Honorable members, decorum.
What classified expense, maybe the Minister of Finance may help this house, but tell this house what classified expenditure is. But I want to say that classified expenditure does not mean the expenditure for the president and his wife.
You switch on.
Right, Honorable Speaker, because of the small time, I also want to contribute about what the honorable gentleman has referred to as billions as a rejection of 57.84 billion to Mr. Magola Matthias. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are very aware about the policy of this government to promote import substitution. And right, Honorable Speaker, the money being allocated to day pharmacy is not money given for free. It has just been mentioned here that government will have a stake in the day in day pharmacy. But it is important to take that. What I want to bring forward here, right, Honorable Speaker, is to understand the policy of government. As we speak now, right, Honorable Speaker, the market, the pharmaceutical market of Uganda is $301 million. And meaning that if we have to import this is the money we'll be giving out to the world. The thing of government here is that government should promote, government should support those who can manufacture here so that we increase our substitution to import. Imagine $301 million taken out there. Supposing government invest in this, and it's not for free. In fact, again, right, Honorable Speaker, you need to know that we can take a big advantage of this other global market. In fact, imagine the global market for pharmaceuticals is $1.6 trillion. It is also true, right, Honorable Speaker, that as I speak now, Uganda is already beginning to export pharmaceutical products, which is good for our country. So I really think that we should be kind. However, I agree. Okay, right, Honorable Speaker, let me take the clarification.
I have a lot of respect for the Honorable Dr. Omona. And the statistics he's quoting, rightly so no one objects from this side. We are only stating that the same government talks about prioritization. And the question is very simple. With all the burdens that we have, we had the presentation recently of the Health Committee, and it was saying it needed only 3 billion shillings to put in place and activate the ICU unit in Masaka. If a patient suffered and was or would be need for ICU to be put into ICU all the way from Mbarara to Kampala, they definitely need only 3 billion shillings to fix the ICU. And you're saying we should sit here as countrymen to appropriate 576 billion to one individual.
Yes. We have budgeted for that ICU unit.
We are talking of now. What is more critical? The infrastructure.
When this was sent to the committee,
yes, please.
You ought to have gone there and say, instead of giving 673, let's remove part of it for the ICU unit.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we are debating a report in this house. Now we are the whole house. And we are saying the Honorable Gentleman, Dr. Omona, is moving a good justification of the global demand for pharmaceuticals and the placement of Uganda to improve its balance of trade and balance of payment. But we are also saying, what are the priorities of our countrymen now? Is it to invest in an individual's company, 576 billion, or if it was the call for the nation, why not create the Uganda National Pharmaceutical Company that is owned by Ugandans?
Honorable members,
in anticipation and saying that in future we intend to acquire shares. So you're appropriating money without doing the first things first. Why not acquire shares first? Cement the position of government in that company, then you appropriate taxpayers' money.
Honorable members, we need to finish this and go to the tax bills. For me, that is, we must finish. And I'm saying we must finish the tax bills because the Honorable Nandara is going away and I need him to be around. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really want to thank the Honorable Gentleman about proposing that in future Uganda should. These are good proposals. But however, I mean, my colleague, this does not, your proposal give you very good, but does not justify that Uganda shouldn't promote the investment in this huge market. I agree. But one thing that I also take very serious is that that government must be very serious and ensure that we will have value for money in this investment. I think on this we all agree, but does not take away the justification. I mean, when you talk about shares, when we talk about buying a stake, in fact, that's what we mean in essence. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The order, you now speaking, it's not an order because he has gone away. Speak not
Okay.
an order.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. The first point of clarification that should come from government, in the narrative in the schedule, it is said that the 578 billion is for an off-take arrangement. An off-take arrangement in business means that I advance money to a producer. That producer will give me the products and I become the seller. So are they saying government of Uganda is now going to be an agent of that factory? It is in the narrative.
First answer that, because it is a very serious matter. First answer. No, if he has information, let him give. Doctor, give it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm just responding to the honorable gentleman speaking about offtake. I'm not an economist, but this is basic economics. Offtake means that you commit yourself to buy of a certain percentage produced, but not necessarily that you must pay upfront. So indeed, the offtake, no, this is in writing. Offtake, Right Honorable Speaker, the government of Uganda gives offtake to producers to motivate them to produce those products. Indeed, Right Honorable Speaker, some of these investments are very huge that somebody may not put his money there to produce in such large volumes when they are not assured of the market. But if government assures the producers of the market or what they produce, they are motivated. And indeed, I think it's a good idea for government to give offtake or to have offtake agreements with the manufacturers.
When you look at what offtake is, it says a party who buys the product being produced by the project or uses the service being sold by the project. So who will get?
Madam Speaker,
I don't the next
intend-
one. Go to the next.
No. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raised that because this House cannot approve without certainty. What they are telling us is that they would like to acquire equity, meaning that they want to be the owner of the company. But in the narrative of the document they are bringing here, they are telling us they are just advancing so that later on when the product starts coming out, they guarantee the market. This House cannot proceed without certainty on what exactly the government wants to do. I don't intend, they will respond. I don't intend to block it, but for me as a legislator, I want parliament that makes legislation that can be defended and will not taken for granted.
John?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Just a minute, he's also giving you information.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the Budget Committee and this information came up. That's why I'm declaring my interest. And this information came up. Right Honorable Speaker, government is acquiring a stake, which is an equity stake. That's not in dispute. However, the Ministry of Health has made a commitment of up to 35 billion to purchase the first line of drugs that shall be produced by the company. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, they did. They did. They did.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to give information. This parliament ought to be consistent. Where we have wanted government to acquire equity, we have channeled the money through UDC, Uganda Development Corporation. Government set up an investment arm for an investment vehicle. Wherever it wants to venture into investment, it goes through UDC. Now, wherever you talk about equity, and Parliament is to acquire equity in any entity to commit government, the vehicle is UDC. That's an act Parliament passed. So we can't stand here in this Parliament want to acquire equity and we want to pass it direct through backdoor. Government of Uganda, and consistency is key. When we wanted to acquire equity in Roko, in Atiak, and everywhere, it was through UDC. Therefore, for anyone to come here and say we want to give money to Magora direct, through offtake, through an entity, without going through UDCA, is itself inconsistent with what we've been doing, and that speaks of the wrong motive of this venture.
Thank you. Just to conclude on that, for people who know, equity is quantifiable. If you talk of shares anywhere, you will know it at the beginning, that the shares that are available are this, and this is the amount we are selling, and then we can evaluate whether 578, what if we are given, government is given one share? Would it be worth this amount? The second point I'm coming to, Madam Speaker, in financing this supplementary, one of the sources has been stated as reallocations of 666 billion. When we budget, Madam Speaker, we budget and it becomes an act of parliament. If you are going to tamper with any provision of that appropriation act, you can only come to this house and tell us that we are now reducing from vote 130, similar to an amendment, an amount of 666, taking to this other one. That is the procedure that should have come here. The moment you are tampering with a budget made by parliament, it's like you are amending a law. So how do they come with 666 and then say we are
hear
moving?
from them.
And then I conclude, I wanted to just, so that's done at one.
Let's hear.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Indeed, the Public Finance Management Act provides that reallocations from one vote to another requires approval of Parliament. I moved the motion and requested Parliament to give us authority to reallocate and spend under the items clearly defined under Schedule 2. So, Honorable Oduru, what you are asking for shall actually comprise of what we shall resolve. My point two, before you come in, my point two, you are raising an issue of equity. Yes, after we have done evaluation, we shall come to equity. Right now, please, I beg your indulgence, colleagues. Right now,
Honorable members, when you're speaking, everybody was quiet.
right now, this company is sick. And listen.
Honorable members, listen.
Right now,
Honorable
Madam Speaker,
members.
the company is sick and we don't want the company to die.
Honorable members.
No, not in bad faith. Listen.
Let him finish.
It helps him. I'm not.
You get what he's saying.
Yes.
Get what he's saying.
The only question that we are posing, it's not personally to you. Don't worry. The only question we are saying, and the only question posed by the minority report is one, for you to come here and seek for a supplementary, it must be in two circumstances: unforeseeable, unavoidable. Then two, what Parliament wants you to help with this country understand are three things. Was this company valued? And how many shares will we be acquiring through saving them? Even if you walk to a microfinance, these questions would be asked from you. Two, what is the risk analysis of what we are indulging in, so that we see to it that within 6 months, within the next 1 month, when this financial year closes, is it possible to postpone this matter? Or if we do not do it now, the company will close in 3 weeks. That is why you have to explain it as to why you present a supplementary budget.
And now we are about to. We are closing.
Yeah, Madam Speaker.
We are now closing.
I want to tell the Minister of Finance
No, we are coming to a closure.
That's what
Because now both sides are understanding each other.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker and Honorable Musasi, I think the first thing you should do is say you have made a mistake. Yeah. The problem, if you don't want to listen, you have a problem. We're talking.
You leave the senior to explain.
You see, that's where we get a problem. Madam, you have to do another induction. The mistake you have made, the mistake you have made, first of all, you needed to amend the Budget Act, rather the appropriation, which we did. That's number one. Because you are getting money from another vote, which was approved. The second one, this money you are getting has an interest component. Because we are supposed to pay Bank of Uganda. If we don't pay them, they charge us what? Interest. Should also tell that this is a provision for the interest which we shall pay Bank of Uganda due to the delay. The third one, for me, I want to give you the way so that you get out. The third one, because we want to give money, we must follow the rule, the Constitution under Article 159. Because it is very clear here. And that's why people are asking the question. We're giving money. It says, subject to the provision of this Constitution, government may borrow from any source, but also government shall not borrow, guarantee, or raise a loan on behalf of itself or any other public institution, authority, or any person except as authorized by or an act of parliament. Again, you needed to get authorization to really raise money for that entity. Yeah? You don't come to use a budget supplementary to be raising. Just 1 minute, I want them. And this one would come with terms. The terms are very clear. One, you're talking of equity. I remember saying, what's the amount of the equity? Number two, how much are we going to get out of this? And because you have not come out with equity, that's what the mistake. What you would have come and say, I want you to allow me, put money aside or guarantee.
Thank you so much, Honorable Senior. Yes, he's senior in all respects. One, he qualified much earlier than me in the accountancy profession. And two, he was here much earlier than me. I found when he was already 10 years old. And three, in terms of age, he's slightly far above me. Therefore, he qualifies to be senior. I wish to inform the House, Madam Speaker, that the borrowing he mentions was presented to this House when I moved a motion to approve Supplementary Schedule 1. We are not seeking for new money. We are seeking for money which is already in the budget. And whatever money is in the budget, Madam Speaker, has been approved by this House, including the resource side of the budget. On point 2, unforeseen, unavoidable. Madam Speaker, in May last year, when this Parliament considered the budget for financial year 2023-2024, I didn't know that the day was to get into this problem. I didn't know that this company was to get sick and needed to be restored. Therefore, this transaction clearly fits in the unforeseen criteria. Madam Speaker, point 3.
Order.
When I have never put you on point of order.
Yes, I'm going to put you on point of order. And you are my friend. I'm very careful with putting you. Right Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Minister, for whom I have a lot of respect. He's aware, while we were budgeting in the budget process, that they was a sick company. He's aware when he came to brief the budget committee that they needed a total funding of 2 trillion. Actually, this is, and he's aware they are taking us what we call process by process. So we even allocated 77 billion today. He made a commitment that they will need 2 trillion funding from government for them to be. So is in order to stand here and flame ignorance when it came to the committee of budget then and said they will need 2 trillion funding from this parliament. Therefore, even the partial funding is just a process by process. After this, they will need more, they will need more, they will come for more until it is 2.
Honorable members, you say they is sick and needs treatment urgently. And the members are asking. But I want to read for you a letter that was written by the Attorney General, Kirio Kiwanuka. It's to Dr. Monica Musenero Musansa. Request for guidance on government's investment in day by biopharma. Reference is made to your reference S11/4/53, dated 29th April 2024 on the above subject, by which you sought an advice and guidance on this matter concerning the government's ongoing investment process in the biopharma company. As you are aware, Government of Uganda has executed a memorandum of understanding for the acquisition of equity in Biopharma Limited. Under the above framework, it is envisaged that the parties of the agreement shall execute a share subscription, an allotment agreement, and shareholders agreement to provide for, among others, the rights, obligations, and the relationship between the parties. However, prior to the acquisition of the shares, government will need to ascertain the value of assets through a joint valuation of assets of the company. Please, honorable members, sit. Please be advised that in valuing the assets, due regard will be had to be the monies advanced today by a farmer, by government of Uganda. This is therefore to affirm that this office will take the lead in ensuring that the government acquires the equity in the company equivalent to the monies extended by the company by government of Uganda, and that all the times due to regard will be had in the public interest. Signed by Kirio Kiwanuka, the Attorney General of Republic of Uganda. The agreement is here signed. The MOU is here signed. And then the letter from Honorable Musenero to the chairperson, budget, progress update and assurance on the valuation process for government's equity acquisition of MS Day Biopharma Limited. I write to update you on the significant steps we have taken concerning the government's planned equity acquisition in MS Day Limited. This strategic investment is aligned with our goals to enhance our nation's capabilities in the economy. You have embarked on a comprehensive valuation process for the company. This is a critical process focusing on fiscal assets, the huge portfolio of intellectual property, that is IP, capital structure, and the future prospects of the company. This will inform the extent of government's equity. The process requires a team of experts and various technical people to ensure that the valuation process is thoroughly done and it is in conformity with the highest standards of accuracy and fairness. I assure you that the process will be completed promptly. Given the strategic importance of this investment to our nation, I kindly request that the Budget Committee approves the required funds with our assurance that no funds shall be, that all funds shall be recovered. That is the letter from honorable members. One thing that we must put in mind, that the government must give us a commitment. Give us a commitment. That is what we needed, a commitment, which letter we have seen, a letter from Attorney General, vis-a-vis the letter from the Minister of Internal Affairs, but and they are signed. I mean, science and technology. And it shouldn't be just commitment only. We need value for money. People should be able to go and see what is this money doing. We disbursed the money to Rocco we expected Rocco to have finished our building here after getting the money. The building has never moved even an inch. So we need a value for money audit. Only that. You need something? Lob. There's a procedure from Lob. Hey.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Two things, maybe three. One, government needs to learn to do business the right way. You know, generally government is not very good at doing business, but you have got to learn now that you're dealing with taxpayers' money. Honorable Speaker, you've given a very good classical example of Rocco, 202 billion shillings. And up to date, we don't know what exactly that money did because the Parliament building is not moving. I inspected it together with the Deputy Speaker a couple of weeks ago, and we were bothered about what we saw. Returning to this issue, right, Honorable Speaker, the documents that you have read, the commitment, I don't know if the committee did interrogate these because they have not attached them as part of the committee report. Because the information from a shadow.
Honorable members, just you leave the law to. I'm going to make the final ruling.
The shadow finance minister, who I do rely on a great deal, as of this morning was telling me all of these issues have not been furnished to the committee. But you see, Right Honorable Speaker, the question of equity, you see, equity is both quantity and quality. Now, quantity, number of shares, quality is the extent of the value, all of which has not been interrogated. Right Honorable Speaker, the letter that you're reading from the Attorney General is saying there must be valuation. And I agree with the Attorney General. But what do we do first? Because we cannot inject money first and then say go and value. In that case, how much stake do we have? Because we have not interrogated the extent of the equity. Why do we want to put the cart before the horse? We should have done this first. And that's what I'm saying is the right way of doing business. As a private investor, before you invest in anything, you want to first examine the extent of value of this company. The finance minister is disturbing the speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I was, because I also needed the finance minister to pay attention to this critical issue, because this is our money collectively. This is taxpayer money that we're talking about. It is wrong. It is problematic. It is bad business manners for you to want to invest money into a company whose value you do not know yet. I don't know why, as the Attorney General did advise you, because the Attorney General generally advises government. The Attorney General's advice is not binding on Parliament. Why do you want us to pass money for a company whose valuation you have not done? Because what happens if you do that valuation tomorrow and you realize, as you have said, Honorable Minister, that this company is sick, and you want us to inject 578 billion shillings into a sick company? Why? What exactly is the issue? Whose value we do not know exactly? Honorable Minister, you think about these things critically, like the ordinary taxpayer, who would be extremely bothered.
Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as I wrap up in a minute. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to get the attention of the minister. Honorable Minister, you need to help your government, because your government sends you here to Parliament to get approval for money such as this. Now, I don't know if it is your government that is not very organized or yourself as minister.
Our government is formed of the people.
I have actually been very deliberate with my words, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker, because Honorable Musa Asizi represents government. They sit in cabinet and determine we need to get this money to bail out this company. How? By acquiring equity. Once you're given those instructions, you do your homework. The Attorney General tells you, you do valuation. You have not done valuation because you've not tabled it. What's the value of this company? How much equity are we getting when we inject this kind of money? And that's the issue that we have. And for me, Right Honorable Speaker, this should not even be a partisan issue. Government, opposition. No, it's all of us. Because the people who are watching out there, on whose behalf we are deliberating, this is their money. So they're going to be asking us, you people have injected 578 billion shillings of our money into a company. What is the value addition to the taxpayer? We are not answering that question. And we must be able to answer that question, Honorable Minister, for all of us. And I want to implore colleagues even in the NRM, because your voters are going to be asking you, saying this money, if it had built a road, we would see the road. If that money had been injected in your health centers, they would see that value immediately. But here you are telling us to inject 578 billion in a sick company. It is wrong, Minister.
What is the value addition of quality chemical to Ugandans? We have supported it.
And Right Honorable Speaker, like you can give many other examples of entities we have injected money in, and we are saying our fingers have gotten burned. You just gave us the example of Rocco, our building as Parliament. It has not happened yet. Honorable Minister, I want to dissuade you. Please back down on this issue. It is problematic. Because tomorrow you'll come back here and we shall be asking you, we injected this amount of money. What has been the return? Because there must be a return and you won't have an answer.
Chair.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, the questions that the leader of opposition is raising are valid questions that were brought with the members of the Committee of Budget raised these matters. Question of valuation and what is the government's stake in equity. And we wanted even to see what is in place to enable that the government acquires the right stake. And obviously, for those who know this valuation, when you want to buy into a company, you must ascertain the value of the company and its leverage before you pull out 1 shilling. And also wanted to know what is the saving in terms of import substitution. We wanted to know in terms of, also in terms of tax contribution, how much would it be, unemployment? We want all these questions. But then at the end of the day, we said, yes, this is very important, but we wanted to see the process. Yes, Madam Speaker and colleagues, this is an ongoing process. We found out that there was valuation already ongoing, and we wanted to see what were the documentation to show that it was presented to us. We had a commitment from the Attorney General to see that is ongoing. We had a letter from the Minister of Science and Technology and said that is ongoing. We have an MOU, even went and asked what is the MOU between the government of Uganda and the company Biopharma. It was given to us. And incidentally, although we thought the 75 billion was actually a grant, according to the Attorney General, that was not a grant. And it's going to constitute part of the equity that we are going to acquire from this company. So the process is ongoing. And then the committee, it's not a grant. According to the letter from the Attorney General that we got this morning, commitment to go this morning.
Honorable members.
The attachments are
Honorable
there.
members. Can I hear from Attorney General? Now that
Let me just conclude, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we received the documents and personal commitments from the Attorney General, from the Minister of Science, and again, representing these matters to us, the Committee of Budget this morning, we are confident that this cannot all be liars. And we saw the due process that's been going on. And that's the reason why we have recommended that money be approved, subject to the evaluation that's being done. And that will actually ascertain our level of participation, even our equity in this. And we recommended not only for this, but for others.
Attorney General.
Madam Chair, just I want to.
Attorney General.
I want the chairman to help me. Now, the 570 billion is from Equity Bank. And the Equity Bank must have valued those assets before they gave you the what? Money. Did you look at the valuation report of Equity Bank, which led for them to give that money to that today and Magora? Did you look at that? And two, as a committee, you are recommending us to do, what safeguards do we have in place? Supposing we pick this money tomorrow and give them, where do we hold on? Supposing we give them and they get away because you have paid them even extra, they say for us, we have left the country. What do we hold on? Because the committee should put us guarantee, where do we hold on as soon as we give them the what? The money.
AG.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am glad that the chair of the committee who read the report did lay on table the memorandum of understanding by which government intends to buy equity in Day Farmer. Last week when we were doing RAPEX here, remember Honorable Boalu and the Honorable Okoto Gong complaining about how much or how little the money government gives to local investors. Right Honorable Speaker, we entered an MOU on behalf of government to acquire equity in Day Farmer. Like the Minister of Finance has said, Day Farmer needs to be saved. But in addition to being saved, Day Farmer, if it is saved, it is likely to be one of the biggest pharmaceuticals in East and Central Africa. We import a lot of medication, just like Dr. Omona said, and yet Day Farmer can produce those medications here and save us the money.
Let him finish. Why does it? Why doesn't he finish? Okay, let me guide the house this way. One, government of Uganda, much as we've received a letter of a commitment on valuation, the government must do evaluation, and the chairperson of budget and deputy must ensure that they continuously see that this valuation is being done for and on behalf of this parliament and report it. Two, we need a full valuation report, both from where you're paying the money, like what Honorable Nandala said, the bank, and the valuation of the assets that are in existence in the area. Three, no disbursement of these monies before the valuation is done. Four, listen to me. I know you have a date with the government, but listen to me. Four, upon the valuation and this money is paid, the security, those are the land titles and whichever, must be kept with the treasury. It should not be kept with the owner. I now put a question that the motion that the House resolves itself into the Committee of Supply to consider the
Motion, Right Honorable Speaker.
I have given the orders, and those orders are for the benefit of this country. Ibrahim, sit. Hajat, that is not you. You sit, you'll bring your issues. We are not going to disburse the money.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, I've not given you time to speak.
But if we don't disburse the money, what's the urgency in approving this money?
On AG, you'll need to come back. We are approving this. We are approving this report, and we will wait for the valuation. Not we, the ministry will wait for the valuation. It is just out of courtesy that you listen to me. It is out of courtesy. Just as like I do respect you, it's the same way I expect any other person to respect the other. I have given my ruling, and I will not withdraw the ruling. If you, honorable members, if you have issues with the process, pass it.
Obey the chair. Obey the speaker. Sit down.
That's what I've done. That's what I've done. They will not. They will not. They will not. Because okay. There's a motion. Let's just get some little clarification from Clark.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. What I hear you say is to try and find a middle ground so that this 578 billion shillings, which is plenty of money, does not go, and then after it has gone, we realize we have lost it. So you're guiding, right, Honorable Speaker, that the money either stays held on to somewhere, do the valuation first, and that kind of thing on an escrow account of sorts. I'm worried. I don't know how we get to trust these people, because many times Parliament has resolved on issues and government has reneged, has not followed through on resolutions that we have passed. So I'm trying to see, how do we make sure they don't abuse the trust we are trying to give them, because they have abused that trust before.
Honorable, the money will be in the, you know why I've given 3 weeks. The money is in the consolidated account. Yes. Now, this, why I've given them 3 weeks, by the 3 weeks, that account will have swept back. And not 3, about 4. It will have swept back. So the money will have gone back. That's why
The supplementary expenditure schedule number 2, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, we are going to read the totals. One of recurrent, then development, and then the overall total, but Hansard will have to capture all the details.
Madam Speaker, if we adopt that procedure, it will be defective. Each item must be called by vote and a question is put. When we reach a vote, any member of parliament,
including of central government.
yes, all the votes will have to be called, and any member is free to move that the vote
I have
is
no
reduced
problem.
or increased.
We can reduce, not increase.
Let the minister put on record to confirm that. Come and confirm. You confirm. You confirm on record.
Honorable Dur, Right Honorable Chair, Honorable Dur is asking that we can go line by line or vote by vote. We can supply vote by vote, which I agree with. because this is normally what we do at appropriation. This is the right procedure. So, and in this process, if you can convince the House, you can make an adjustment, as long as you don't affect the total resource envelope. As long as you don't affect my envelope upwards.
Recurrent expenditure, vote 002, State House.
I now put a question that the total sum of 21 billion 388 million 163 million thousand 568 be provided to State House vote 002 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. From the report of no. This is the supply schedule of State House and Affairs, Minister of Lands is 40.
The question. I now put a question that the total sum of 21 trillion 388 billion 163 million 568 be provided for to State House. I put a question that a total sum of 21 billion 388 million 163,568 be provided to State House vote 002 as supplementary recurrent expenditure 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 009, Minister of Internal Affairs.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I want your help because we have Schedule A and Schedule B. The procedure I'm raising is that are we totaling both or we're going to read schedule by schedule? Because
it is schedule by schedule. I wanted to total, you said no.
No, it doesn't matter, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, because Schedule A will have something for State House. Then Schedule B might have something again for what? State House. So that means, are we doing a sum or
no?
We should have been should have been a sum.
Madam Chair, if I pick from what the senior is saying, that we are going to have items, maybe State House has one, but we are going to find items where there are two. It's appearing in recurrent and in development. Should we add so that
it is not possible. We don't.
So we add the recurrent in A plus recurrent in B so that we supply that one at once.
A and B. What about the others? A and B.
This was a sum.
Okay. What I've given is a sum.
Vote 009, Minister of Internal Affairs.
I now propose that a total sum of 66 million 283,974 be provided for Ministry of Internal Affairs, vote 009 as a supplementary current expenditure 2023-2024. Those in favor. I now put a question that a total sum of 66,283,974 be provided for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, vote 009 as a supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Will those in favor say and the contrary nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 012, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairperson. Right, Chairperson, I want to make an amendment on that figure. Chairperson, this money relates to compensation to ranchers and the Minister of Lands. The issue which has been hot is the issue of the compensation to the people of Acholi, Lango, and Teso, and West Nile. Right, Honorable Chairperson, I want to propose that this money be shared with these other regions also. We can put 20 billion to go to the ranchers, and then the other one covers the other areas, because there's something which has been left out year in, year out. I want to propose that 20 billion goes to the ranchers and 46 goes to the Acholi region, Lango region, and Teso, the rest regions for compensation. Because the argument would have been, because this is unforeseen and forgone, it should have been even been put in the main budget. But now that it has been brought as a supplementary, the people from that region must also be able to benefit from this money. Let us share it. Then the rest we can budget for the next financial year. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Chair.
You said which region should benefit? We have West Nile, the BAT cotton, Bugisu also lost, Sebe also lost, unless if you're going to distribute to all the areas.
Chairperson. Right Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable members.
Chairperson, I beg to be listened.
Honorable members, we are in a budgeting process. We are in a budgeting process. Can't you budget for this money in the budget?
Chairperson, if we are to budget, since we are in a budgeting season, then let all the compensations be moved to the budgeting season, but not let others not be taken care of under supplementary, because it's not urgent. So we rather move this money to something else. If these other regions are not getting, then let us all not get. This now, and we prepare it for the budget.
Yes,
because
Chair.
it's not urgent. It's not urgent. The ranchers have always been paid money since 1993. I take information.
Madam Chair, this matter came before the committee, and I had the benefit also of listening to my brother here when he appeared there, part of us. There was this argument that why not distribute across the country, but in a special way. This is just 66 billion, and we even asked other commitments before. We said that this came with a list. It came with a list of people who are supposed to be paid. Yes. It has come with a list and commitments here.
I have a list. No way. Yeah.
unexpired payments.
Honorable members, I am told this money was already recommitted in the budget, in Schedule 1. And you explain.
Madam Chair, the 66 billion in question is payment for verified ranchers, which we committed under supplementary Schedule 1. But after passing the budget, Ministry of Lands contested that we shouldn't be the ones to manage it. They said they should be the ones to manage, which we agreed with. Now what we are seeking Parliament to do is transfer these funds from Ministry of Finance, vote 130, to Ministry of Lands for relocation. So there is no new money here. If there are issues to budget for compensations, Madam Chair, as we have always done, I can commit before this House that we shall handle in the next budget.
And let's not raise this issue of cattle compensation, because when you raise an issue of Teso, Acholi, Lango, tomorrow Busoga is also going to come, West Nile is going to come, everybody is going to come, and maybe what you need to do, if you're budgeting, you need to look at all these areas. Compensation for all these areas.
For me, Chairperson, the issue of equity is very important. The reasons being advanced here of saying they are verified, even those compensations for those 3 regions or 4 are also verified. Remember, Chairperson, we brought a list to your office, we even laid here. So, Chairperson, if we are to handle these things, let us handle things in totality, because I know, having been here, the issue of the ranches, compensation of the ranches has been an ongoing. We even wonder why it is not ending. Since I joined this Parliament, there have been compensations to those individuals regarding those ranches, compensating those people whose land was taken by people who invaded. So, Right Honorable Speakers, for equity, really, I want to plead with my colleagues that let us share this money. If it is difficult, then let us hold it all and provide money in the national budget, which is just about 2 weeks from here. What's so difficult with that, Right Honorable Speaker? That is my case.
Honorable members, I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 66 billion 813 million 357,167 be provided for to the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, vote 012 as a supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
I now put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 3 billion 236 million 601 million 1,139 be provided for under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, vote 018 as a supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission.
What happened with the merger?
Right Honorable Speaker, the process is not affecting this financial year.
I am asking what happened. I'm not saying is it affecting? What happened with the merger of
Uh,
Human
The
Rights?
Human Rights
Commission?
Commission falls under the constitutional bills that were temporarily withdrawn by the mover, the Minister for Public Service.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair. Whereas the schedule is talking about 3.2, the details in the report are talking of 3 billion shillings. I don't understand the disparity of the 236 million. The details given to us are saying 3 billion, and the schedule is talking about 3.236. There's an extra 236 million.
What the committee, what we have here is 3,236,601,139. What did you process?
On the committee, in the detailed report of the committee, they break down a total of 3 billion shillings.
Chair? That's vote 18.
It's page 8 of the
Vote
report.
18.
Madam Chair, there is 3 billion for Namgongo Matters Day celebrations. Then there is a wage of 236,601,139. All of this is under the
Going to the same
current.
vote.
Yeah, for the same vote,
Okay.
Honorable.
Okay.
We're not against what you're saying. But when you come to a ministry, everybody is looking at Ono Namgonga. Under it, you would have also put A, there are those A, B, C, Ds, or I1, I2, I3, whatever.
But have you seen the 236?
The chair show us in your report where the 200 million is coming from. Because the report that we have is showing us 3 billion net. So where is it in the report such that we're able to come to that? Just a clarification, such that we know where the 200 million is coming from. The report signed is 3 billion. So which page, can I ask the chairman to give us on the report? I'm talking about the report of the committee, leave alone the minister's statement. No, because the report which is signed by the members. Because you can't keep something out from the committee and then you want to bring it from here. We are going
Check Annex 7. Annex 7.
Madam Chair, whether the information is given by Chair or the Minister, our interest is to have the information. So if somebody gives us the information.
Wait, it's here.
Have you seen Annex
Yes,
7?
Honorable Elijah, can you go to Annex 7? Wage shortfall supplementary under Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Vote 018. There is 236,601,139 shillings. You got it?
Annex 7. Have
Annex
you seen
7, yes. Annex 7.
Thank you, Chair, for that information. The confusion that we get is that annexes attachments, but in the general report, is there anywhere that you recommended to House to approve expenditure of 230-something million shillings as salaries? Is it a recommendation of your committee or you just forgot about it?
Honorable Aisha, this is part of the report and part of what is seeking for approval. Because when you look at it, it says wage shortfall supplementary for 2023-2024 under the Ministry of Gender, which is added to the 3 billion shillings for Mother's Day celebration.
Noted, Chair.
Chair, Madam Chair, substance vote.
Vote 109.
Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission.
I put a question that a total sum of 242,491,404 be provided for under the Human Rights Commission. Vote 109 as a supplement. Vote 106 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 107, Uganda AIDS Commission.
I put a question that a total sum of 121,883,603 be provided for to Uganda AIDS Commission. Vote 107 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board.
I put a question that the total sum of 108,600 be provided for under Uganda Tourism Board. Vote 117 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 2,987,100,291 be provided for to Uganda Registration Service Bureau. Vote 119 as a supplemental recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 122, Kampala Capital City Authority.
I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 13,698,000,000 be provided for to Kampala Capital City Authority. Vote 122 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 123, National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board.
I now put a question that a total sum of 283,200,000 be provided for to the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. Vote 123 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 145, Uganda Prisons.
I now put a question that a total sum of 283 million Uganda prisons. I put a question. I put a question that a total sum of 3,675,347,120 be provided for Uganda prisons. Vote 145 as supplementary recurrent expenditure financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 158, Internal Security Organization.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 1,152,000,000 be provided for to internal security organization. Vote 158 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 162, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority.
I put a question that the total sum of 1,108,600,000 be provided for to Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. Vote 162 as a supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 165, Uganda Business and Technical Examination Board.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 1,274,779,996 be provided for to Uganda Business and Technical Examination Board. Vote 165 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 167, Science, Technology and Innovation.
Madam Chair, like I noted in the minority report, my proposal is to stay approval of this money until all the requirements like listed are met, including the valuation.
Honorable member, I am going to put a question. If you're not in support of it, you don't. If you're in support of it, you say aye. I now put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 578,400,000,000 be provided for to science, technology and innovation. Vote 167 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable, and subject to the conditions I gave.
Vote 303, Makerere University Business School.
I put a question that a total sum of 7,438,566,647 be provided to Makerere University Business School. Vote 303 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 309, Gulu University.
I put a question that a total of Uganda shillings 1,102,000,000,000. I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 1,102,336,197 be provided for Gulu University. For vote 309 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 403, Arua Referral Hospital.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 319,149,072 be provided for Arua Referral Hospital. Vote 403 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 411, Soroti Referral Hospital.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 262,232,839 be provided to Soroti Referral Hospital. Vote 411 as the supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 417, Kirudu Referral Hospital.
I put a question that the total sum of 613,047,522 be provided to Kirudu Referral Hospital. Vote 417 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 421, Kayunga Referral Hospital.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 579,500,000 be provided to Kayunga Referral Hospital. Vote 421 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 502, Uganda High Commission in the United Kingdom.
I'm going to call you and you start reading. Not the Kavanda, the behind people. The behind, go back to your seat, Minister. Achon, move away from there. Achon, move away from near the soldier.
Vote 502, Uganda High Commission in the United Kingdom.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 1,203,412,776 be provided to Uganda High Commission in the United Kingdom. Vote 502 as a supplemental recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 506, Uganda High Commission in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 188,800,000 be provided for to Uganda High Commission in Tanzania. Vote 506 as a supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 509, Uganda High Commission in Rwanda, Kigali.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 300 million be provided to Uganda High Commission in Rwanda. Vote 509 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 510, Uganda Embassy in the United States, Washington.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 774 million be provided to Uganda Embassy in United States of America. Vote 510 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 513, Uganda Embassy in China, Beijing.
I put a question that a total sum of 298,762,054 be provided for to Uganda Embassy in China, Beijing. Vote 513 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 514, Uganda Embassy in Switzerland, Geneva.
I put a question that a total sum of 832 million be provided for to Uganda Embassy in Switzerland, Geneva. Vote 514 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 517, Uganda Embassy in Denmark, Copenhagen.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 187,870,858 be provided for to Uganda Embassy in Denmark, Copenhagen. Vote 517 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 520, Uganda Embassy in the Democratic Republic of Congo,
I
Kinshasa.
put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 1,157,550,400 be provided for to Uganda Embassy in DRC, Kinshasa. Vote 520 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 524, Uganda Embassy in Iran, Tehran.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 356 million be provided for to Uganda Embassy in Iran, Tehran. Vote 524 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 525, Uganda Embassy in Russia, Moscow.
I put a question that a total sum of 50 million be provided for to Uganda Embassy in Russia, Moscow. Vote 525 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 528, Uganda Embassy in United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi.
I put a question that a total sum of 733,201,800 be provided for to Uganda Embassy in United Arab Emirates. Vote 528 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Why didn't the ayes have it? Why didn't you say no when it is the Arab country?
Vote 532, Uganda Embassy in Somalia, Mogadishu.
Vote 532. I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 82 million be provided to Uganda Embassy in Somalia, Mogadishu. Vote 532 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say under control a nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 537, Uganda Mission in Havana, Cuba.
I put a question that a total sum of 380 million be provided to Uganda Embassy in Havana, Cuba. Vote 537 as a supplementary expenditure for 2023-2024. Those in favor say under control a nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 604, Hoima City.
I put a question that a total sum of 700 million 826 363 be provided to Hoima City. Vote 604 as a supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say under control a nay. The word here is very fast. The ayes have it.
Vote 605, Ginger City.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 1 billion 760 million 939,089 be provided to Ginger City. Vote 605 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 608, Mbale City.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 490 604 849 be provided for Tumbale City. Vote 608 as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say under control a nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 609, Mbarara City.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 715 million 35,199 be provided for Tumbarara City. Vote 609 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say under control a nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 610, Soroti City.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 275 million 856,299 be provided to Soroti City. Vote 610 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say under control a nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 701, Apache Municipal Council.
There's a clarification.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My clarification has no contradiction to how it's flowing. But Honorable Speaker, I would like to get clarification from the Honorable Minister, and this is in relation to the cities and especially the youth meet programs. Honorable Speaker, Gulu City in November last year communicated to the ministry that the ministry had not released a total of about 2.7 billion, which should have been part of the committed funds where there are projects that are ongoing and these monies have not been released. Again, Right Honorable Speaker, on 17th of this month, the city again communicated to the ministry indicating that a total of 2.7 billion had not been released under the Youth Meet Fund. This has not been included in the supplementary. And what I would like to get clarification on, Honorable Speaker, is whether the ministry is going to have this money released, because as you know, Youth Meet is ending in June, actually on 30th of June. Today, we are in the last day of April. We will have just a month to have this program implemented. And so I would like to hear from the Honorable Minister when this 2.7 billion will be released, now that you have not included it to be part of the supplementary. If the money is available, why can't you not have the money released so Gulu City can pay the contractor? Otherwise, there will be serious legal implication because there is already an ongoing project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Indeed, it is true. USMED is winding up soon, and all the residual activities, we are trying to see that all the residual activities are concluded. I am going to check if it is not, I want to know the reason why it is not in this supplementary. Perhaps it is part of this financial year's budget, and what it needs is release.
Honorable Speaker, permit me to lay on table this document which would help the Honorable Minister to pursue this fact. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Which one is that? Get more than
Madam Chair, the issue Honorable Mapinduzi is raising
you
is
go
not
and,
about,
go and sort of that issue in your
yes,
office.
it is release, not budget. So release means the money is provided for in the budget. What is asking for is release, which we are going to handle.
And that is okay. But then members are asking why are other town councils getting more money than other districts, more than municipalities.
You can see a trading center here like Uganda getting 3.4 years compared to Chira, which is a city and is getting 1.2.
But aren't you a member of the committee? Why didn't you handle in the committee?
It is in the minority.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 219,843,204 be provided to Apache Municipal Council, vote 701 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 702, Bujiri Municipal Council.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 242,340,974 be provided to Bugiri Municipal Council, vote 702 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 703, Chenyi Ishaka Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of 90,623,502 be provided to Bushenyi Shaka Municipal Council, Vote 703 as a supplementary current expenditure for 23-24 financial year. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 705, Entebbe Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 692,657,863 be provided to Entebbe Municipal Council. Vote 705 as a supplementary current for financial year 2023-24. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 706, Uganda Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 3,444,326,157 be provided to Uganda Municipal Council. Vote 706 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure financial year 2023-24. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Chair,
Even
let's
Bo-
get clarification.
Even Bukedia is getting
Yes,
less.
it would be better so that, after this, we have to
I
all
put
this.
a question.
Can we get to know why the varying, because given these certain big numbers, let's get to know.
This is recurrent wage.
So it's what is pending in something.
Yes.
That's what we needed to be
I
clarified.
thought you're a minister of local
They should
government.
update us as committee of local government. You see, even my chair is also asking and wondering.
Mugole.
Local government should be involved.
Mugole. Honorable Musasisi, leave Mugole.
Vote 707, Iganga Municipal Council.
Put a question that total sum of Uganda shillings. Now listen, Mugole. I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 1,468,322 be provided to Iganga Municipal Council. Vote 707 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it, 1 million.
Madam Chair, now I want to, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, you'll find that some municipal councils have less problems. Maybe this one is just for collecting garbage.
Right, Honorable.
Madam Chair, I think let us not make.
Honorable members.
This is not the main budget. This is not.
Honorable
this is not
members,
main
this is the
budget.
recurrent for wages, and you'll find somebody's wage, like those sweepers in town. Those sweepers in town get 50,000, get 100,000. And you are the same people, who will complain when we give more money and the absorption will be low. For me, I am reading, honorable members, I am reading a report that I was given from the committee. My work is clerical.
Madam Chair, this is supplementary. It could be that one person missed in the budget when they were making.
Yes.
Or they are trying to recruit a staff. Yeah, this is supplementary. It's not the main budget.
Maybe they missed something.
Or they missed something small. So if we are going to look for figures, we have Siroke is not there. So should we who are not there complain?
So they are capturing those who have small issues. Please, this is supplementary.
And I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings.
Vote 708, Kabale Municipal Council.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 525,304,774 be provided to cover the municipal council. Vote 708 as supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-24. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 712, Kira Municipal Council.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 1,207,645,072 be provided to Kira Municipal Council. Votes 712 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-24. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 717, Pumi Municipal Council. Vote 713, Kisoro Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 560,653,198 be provided for to Kisoro Municipal Council. Vote 713 as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 717, Kumi Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 58,908,275 be provided to Kumi Municipal Council as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 720, Masindi Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 118,971,220 be provided for to Masindi Municipal Council. Vote 720 as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 721, Mitiana Municipal Council.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 314,531,954 be provided to Mitiana Municipal Council. Vote 721 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-24. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 723, Mubende Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 184,580,580 be provided to Mubende Municipal Council. Vote 723 as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 724, Mukono Municipal Council.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 1,428,111,958 be provided for Mukono Municipal Council under vote 724. Those for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 725, Nansana Municipal Council.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 214,886,694 be provided for Nansana Municipal Council under vote 725 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 726, Nebi Municipal Council.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 226,560,953 be provided for Nebi under vote 726 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 727, Njeru Municipal Council.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 246,415,215 be provided for Njeru Municipal Council under vote 727 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 729, Rukunjiri Municipal Council.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 753,389,477 be provided for Rukungiri Municipal Council under vote 729 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 730, Shema Municipal Council.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 385,191,754 be provided for Shema Municipal Council for financial year 2023-2024 under the vote 730. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 731, Tororo Municipal Council.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 118,822,426 be provided for Tororo Municipal Council under vote 731 for financial year 2023-2024. In favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
I agree. When yeah, we are doing very well. But procedure, what we have been doing, When it comes to municipalities, we combine all and I give once. They say number this to this. When it comes to districts, we combine and I give. When it comes to town councils, we combine and what? Give and pass on central government and those do the central votes.
Aye.
So will it be procedure right, Madam Chair?
Say one by one.
Should it be procedure right that we do those totals and we move once?
No, she says the votes, then puts the question. Those ones whose name-
Honorable members, let's finish the municipal councils. Then we will get the total for districts. Total for districts. Then we get development. Yes. You mean I'm not tired?
Chair, of course, there's a reason why the rules were made that way. Because previously, some people, when the figures are not included, they would go and change. But with the trust now, possibly generated by the Minister of Finance here, we can relax and have it done with and test his trust. But that was the reason.
Madam Chair, the practice which is tested is that once we read the total, the appropriation bill comes, it is always checked by your office and then sent the president for assent. So nobody can change anything because this the figures are part of the Hansard.
Madam Speaker, is Honorable Geoffrey Kenya, my brother, in order not to say things were not being changed when we know they were being what? Changed. The Honorable Cooper is right. But since we're
Then you put one question. But you read them, then read one question. All those votes that have been mentioned.
I'll finish the municipality. We are adding now districts. So that we have one.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, we are moving very well. And let members not lose patience because what we are doing is actually, we are following the law. And the reason is, for many people who come from districts here, you can never know how much your district is getting less as compared to others if you don't listen to the figures here. You may be thinking you are passing a wholesome figure and your district is taking nothing. So we were proceeding well, and I asked the minister to allow us proceed, and the speaker will at some point do the needful.
The practice has been that with central government votes, we read line by line. Districts, we come from vote 100 to vote 500 and total, and we vote them at once. This is what we have been doing. So I want to invite my good friend, Honorable Dur. Honorable Dur, I want to persuade you to see what all these members have seen so that we are able to really move.
Prime Minister, can we conclude?
Support.
Yeah, can we conclude this first?
Yes.
Then we can look at your proposal.
The chair,
because of about 90%.
The chair has
of the reading.
suggested.
Let us conclude.
The chair, I am in agreement with you. The chair has suggested that we finish municipalities and then we come back to the practice. I thank you.
Honorable members, I am happy that you are the ones who are now tired. Because for me, I was ready to move. I am ready to move. Now, the districts, we are now moving on districts. And the districts, from 804, that is Alebtong, to 935, Zombo. Those are the districts.
You see, there are districts which are missing there. And tomorrow, they will say they counted all the districts. Where is us? I think no, listen to me, just quickly. What I would ask also my brother Msazi is that we can allow the speaker to allow his clerk to read the districts just 1, 2, this, then.
With the amounts?
Yeah, with the amounts, then.
No amounts.
No amount, then we know, that's so that everybody knows that the district they have not read, not among those which are coming for supplementary.
Honorable members, District 804 Alebtong, 805 Amolata, 807 Amudia District, 811 Budaka District, 812 Bududa District, 813 Bugiri District, 816 Buikwe District, 817 Bukedea District, 818 Bukomansimbi, 819 Buko District, 820 Bulambuli. Is that what you want?
But Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
When I say Alebtong is 848 billion, there is no difference between that and what I was doing before.
Madam Chair, colleagues need to understand that our rules
Honorable members, this is part of the record of Parliament. And we are going to upload all this. It's already uploaded. We are going to upload all this in our Hansard. But if you feel you're ready to sit, we can go one by one.
Madam Chair, I want to request colleagues, the tax bills about revenue that we need to fund this budget, and we need to give it adequate time. Secondly, our rules is part of the Commonwealth rules. The chair here is the chairperson and the speaker of the speakers of the Commonwealth. And our practice is embedded. Our report forms part of the Hansard. It is a public record, and therefore, Madam Chair, the procedure you are moving is one of the best that you should read the district by district.
I'm putting you in order.
Madam Speaker, our rules 154, rules governing committee of supply when considering annual or supplementary estimates. From sub-rule 1 up to sub-rule 2H gives all the details, including when a vote is called, how you can amend that, it is provided here. Is the Honorable Ekanya in order to come and quote a non-existent rule in this parliament, because this parliament has the rules of procedure of parliament. We don't have anything in this house called Commonwealth parliamentary rules. Is he in order to come and mislead the house?
Honorable members, can I read the districts which are included? Such is that okay?
The amount.
With amounts.
Then they put that.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members, listen. Listen. Read.
Vote 804 Leptong District, 848,733,704 shillings. Vote 805 Amolata District, 220,815,010 shillings. Vote 807 Amuria District, 76,091,072 shillings. Vote 811 Budaka District, 569,774,320 shillings. Vote 812 Bududa District, 871,310,151,000. Vote 813 Bujiri District, 80 million. Vote 816 Buikwe District, 634,351,1 309 shillings. Vote 817, Bukedea District, 557,998,824 shillings. Vote 818, Bukoma Nsimbi District, 138,976,150 shillings. Vote 819, Bukwo District, 3,457,961,447 shillings. Vote 820, Bulambuli District, 237,021,273 shillings. Vote 823, Bunyangabu District, 371,453,937 shillings. Vote 825, Busia District, 2,493,045,786 shillings. Vote 830, Buyende District, 325,110,681 shillings. Vote 831, Dokolo District, 1,200,052,179 shillings. Vote 832, Gomba District, 132,794,807 shillings. Vote 834, Hoima District, 663,105,313 shillings. Vote 835, Ivanda District, 2,181,084,002 shillings. Vote 837, Isinjiro District, 3,142,687,738 shillings. Vote 838, Jinja District, 2,158,144,238 shillings. Vote 840, Kavale District, 122,770,149 shillings. Vote 841, Kabarole District, 413,457,210 shillings. Vote 842, Kabenamaido District, 1,189,601,445 shillings. Vote 846, Kalangala District, 499,303,936 shillings. Vote 848, Kalungu District, 1,919,206,727 shillings. Vote 851, Kanungu District, 2,355,337,661 shillings. Vote 855, Kasanda District, 1,076,055,328 shillings. Vote 856, Kasese District, 1,428,572,362 shillings. Vote 858, Kayunga District, 886,274,114 shillings. Vote 861, Chiboga District, 877,544,449 shillings. Vote 862, Chibuku District, 55,309,755. Vote 864, Chiruhura District, 1,272,038,110 shillings. Vote 866, Chisoro District, 1,147,709,409 shillings. Vote 867, Chitagwenda District, 292,329,260 shillings. Vote 868, Kitgum District, 260,346,061 shillings. Vote 869, Koboko District, 1,346,133,500 shillings. Vote 870, Kole District, 508,409,292. Vote 872, Kumi District, 2,856,532,203 shillings. Vote 875, Chankwanzi District, 280 million. Vote 876, Chegegwa District, 2,218,090,875 shillings. Vote 877, Chenjojo District, 1,050,288,984 shillings. Vote 878, Chotera District, 1,273,322,749 shillings. Vote 879, Lamore District, 403,256,222 shillings. Vote 881, Luka District, 931,990,097 shillings. Vote 822 Luero District, 5,365,516,069 shillings. Vote 883 Luengo District, 1,967,438,860 shillings. Vote 884 Liantonde District, 253,488,082 shillings. Vote 885 Madi Okolo District, 676,404,553 shillings. Vote 887 Maracha District, 416,761,385 shillings. Vote 889 Masindi District, 84,336,637 shillings. Vote 890 Mayuge District, 930,316,165 shillings. Vote 891 Bale District, 1,720,742,693 shillings. Vote 892 Mbarara District, 455,148,176 shillings. Vote 893 Mitoma District, 505,896,701 shillings. Vote 894 Mitiana District, 471,519,063 shillings. Vote 895 Moroto District, 165,753,246 shillings. Vote 896 Moya District, 1,293,741,625 shillings. Vote 899 Mukono District, 2,529,351,767 shillings. Vote 900 Nabilatuk District, 1,252,915,918 shillings. Vote 901 Nakapiripirit District, 30 million. Vote 902 Nakaseke District, 933,060,184 shillings. Vote 903 Nakasongola District, 116,719,304 shillings. Vote 904 Namaingo District, 11,900,000. Vote 905 Namisinda District, 1,118,779,694 shillings. Vote 907 Napak District, 716,142,230 shillings. Vote 910 Ntoroko District, 200 million. Vote 911 Ntungamo District, 1,578,281,727 shillings. Vote 914 Omoro District, 945,418,871 shillings. Vote 915 Otuka District, 140,384,222 shillings. Vote 916 Oyam District, 686,642,360 shillings. Vote 918 Pakwach District, 1,194,282,483 shillings. Vote 919 Palisa District, 153,095,758 shillings. Vote 920 Rakai District, 2,454,394,511 shillings. Vote 922 Rubirizi District, 1,826,796,820 shillings. Vote 923 Ruchiga District, 147,370,222 shillings. Vote 924 Rukunjiri District, 885,488,277 shillings. Vote 925 Rampara District, 770,470,627 shillings. Vote 927 Serere District, 311,478,920 shillings. Vote 928 Shema District, 1,953,424,896 shillings. Vote 932 Tororo District, 91,205,614 shillings. Vote 933 Wakiso District, 5,194,000,000 470,598 shillings. Vote 935, Zombo District, 819,580,024 shillings.
I put a question that the total sum of amount read for district votes.
Chair, I've been
Actually,
listening.
why is there no assembly?
I've been listening in. I was attentively waiting for assembly.
Yes.
We had budgetary shortfalls, and we thought the Minister of Finance would address our concern, but I've waited in vain, and I'm not seeing anything here, Right Honorable Chair. I was at the district, and the district is doing badly. We are waiting for the supplementary, and nothing is
Madam
forthcoming.
Chairperson, this is the supplementary budget. We don't expect all districts to appear in the list.
Honorable member, Rwanda district, where the minister comes from, is not there. And maybe they didn't have a shortfall.
Madam Speaker, this is a supplementary budget. We are not budgeting. The Honorable Sechukwu has been here for 2 decades. So is this his first time to interact with the supplementary? Right,
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Search.
With due respect.
Search.
With due respect.
Search.
Honorable Semuju.
If you have, find out if there is a shortfall in the district.
There is.
No, we have another supplementary.
There is. There is. Only that I'm surprised that Honorable Semuju, every moment he rises is to trash other people's concerns. And aware that we are all interested in Wakiso and Chira for that matter. It's in order to trash other people's concerns without any feelings and stares at the microphone.
Alhaji, can you say sorry to Sechi?
Madam Speaker.
You leave Sage.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings read for district votes be considered as a supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Development expenditure.
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 289 billion 123 million 211,546 be provided for the various central and local government votes as supplementary development expenditure for 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Overall total?
I put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 1,164,381 be provided for the various central and local government votes as supplemental development and recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that's why Honorable Nathan Adier, that's why Honorable Nathan was saying we need reinduction. There is a point that is you don't stop, especially when you are supplying or when you are at committee stage. That one. Okay, Adieri. Wewe muno.
Right, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of Supply reports there too. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Bring my document.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the supplementary schedule number 2 amounting to Uganda shillings 1,101,000,000,000 9. No, I don't want to change. 1,110. No. 1,101,164,381 shillings.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Supply be adopted by this House. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. And we have tax bills. Now, in the tax bills, we will handle the tax bills on Friday at 10. Friday, I am saying Friday at 10. Not Thursday. Friday at 10. For us, we are going to for Labor Day. and we'll come back when we are tired. We are going for Labor Day. We'll come back when we are tired. So we'll start at 10 on Friday. The House adjourned to Friday, 10.